Welcome everyone to the October 21st, 2021 Housing Commission meeting, virtual meeting. The time is 6:02 p.m. Before we do roll call, I want to read the statement at the beginning from the City of Santa Monica. In order to safeguard participatory democracy in Santa Monica, all persons attending public meetings in Santa Monica should strive to 1. Treat everyone courteously. 2. Listen to others respectfully. 3. Exercise self-control. 4. Give open-minded consideration to all viewpoints. 5. Focus on the issues and avoid personalizing debate. 6. Embrace respectful disagreement and dissent as democratic rights, inherent components of an inclusive public process, and tools for forging sound decisions. If you want to provide public comment, you may call in to the following number. It's 888-240-2560. You'll enter the meeting ID 723936346, followed by the pound sign, and then the passcode 6086, followed by the pound sign. You will call in this way for regular public comment and if you want to comment on one of the agenda items. So now we're calling this meeting to order, and I'll do the roll call. Commissioner Hilton.
Here.
Vice Chair Hamilton. He was going to be here, not sure what's wrong. So he's not here yet. Commissioner Soloff.
Here.
Commissioner Kamner.
Here.
Commissioner Hanson.
Here.
And that is everyone. So we do have a quorum. I am expecting Vice Chair Hamilton to join us. He was not going to be here, but his plans changed. So now we'll move on to item number 2, public input. And see, we have, I'm going to unmute Anonymous at this point. Hi, the person whose name shows Anonymous?
That's Denise Martin.
Okay.
I want to speak on items 2, 3A, and 3B tonight.
All right. So now would be your time to speak on public comment.
Thank you. Good evening. I have many points to make tonight, starting with the October 16th to 21st, 2021 Santa Monica Mayor. I saw the Housing Authority staff is farming out their jobs to volunteers, especially in identifying apartments. Maybe the Santa Monica Housing Authority should do an audit of the affordable housing units in Santa Monica. Hasn't affordable housing units within the city been rented out to people who weren't qualified for affordable housing before? And what happened to affordable housing tenants' privacy if you're using volunteers? Or are the homeless not worth receiving privacy? Or is it just like when the Housing Authority staff farmed out to a third party to do our annual reexaminations, releasing any private information to a third party for any reason is an invasion of privacy of affordable housing tenants, in my opinion. Next, City Manager David White is the Executive Director of the Housing Authority. What are his job duties? Because there's none listed per records request. Why has the Santa Monica Housing Authority not had a housing manager for a year and a half now? And where is the landlord liaison for affordable housing tenants? Or are these more programs like supportive services that need to be on paper but that don't exist in reality? Which would bring us to the non-existent ADA coordinator. Here I realize the Housing Authority is going to jump up and say, we have one of those. But the city's ADA coordinator for risk management is for the employees, is a different part of ADA law than housing is. A perfect example of this is when I went to Myrna Moderna for reasonable accommodation to have the unidentified white powder, which is making me sick, stop being put out by the tenant and cleaned up, which the manager of my building, Rochelle Herr, refuses to address despite numerous requests both verbally and in writing. And what do you know? She and her supervisor were unable to help me. Or was this another way of you covering up the deficiencies in the Santa Monica's affordable housing program? Oh, but the Santa Monica Housing Authority doesn't want the voices of Santa Monica's affordable housing tenants to be heard, which can be seen through the farce of the Residents Advisory Board, making it look like it's being manipulated from the inside the Housing Authority. The real problems can't be heard. And I say this because the RAB representation on the Housing Board doesn't return emails, have a phone number for people like me who don't do email due to my disability, or hold meetings. So I hope you can see this is nothing more than another program you say you provide, like supportive services, which the Housing Authority takes funding for, saying they provide, that really are non-existent to the affordable housing tenants, especially the disabled. Finally, why do we have no new housing commission? Why have no new housing commissioners been chosen yet? I mean, there are members there with clear conflicts of interest and nepotism. And what about the unprofessionality for Chair Renee Buchanan at the last Housing Commission meeting, who didn't check on public input for each item for most of the meeting? But I guess that's what you get, so she can put a title position on her resume. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Barton. Let's see. We have another anonymous.
Yes, Mark Verville. I
Are
want to speak
you-
on item 3A.
Item what?
Item 3A.
Okay, I'll get back to you as soon as we get there.
All right, thank you.
Person with the phone number ending in 8554.
Yes,
Are you wishing to speak on item 2, public input?
that's correct.
And can you identify yourself? And then the floor is yours.
My name is David Morris.
Okay.
Time started?
Yes, you can start now.
Okay. I'd like to speak to the past meetings that we've had recently in the past 6 months. The fact that most of these meetings did not address the executive plan or administrative plan or the housing plan. Instead, they were concerned about other issues like making diversity. We have diversity in this commission if you allow people to be selected for this commission. Right now, there's 2 or more applicants that are minorities. We're going to see if they actually get on the commission or if they're pushed out by your system of just not having minorities on your commission. Another thing, we have the former chair of the commission, Mr. Soloff. We know that the council has voted this nepotism to be stopped in the city of Santa Monica. It was very clear the residents of the city don't want nepotism in the city. They want this stopped. Yet you continue to sit on the commission and not being someone that's ethical and stepping down from the commission and letting some other chairperson or some other commissioner come onto the commission. This is not ethical behavior in city government. This shows the system of this city and the hierarchy in the city, how they operate. You do not want to step down, yet you should step down. It's the ethical thing to do. You should do it immediately. People have called for you to step down. there's no reason for you to continue on this commission. You seem to be running the commission from the background, even though you stopped being the chairperson. This needs to stop. New commissioners need to come in here. They need to set up new ideas and new plans for running the city and the housing in this city. I'm a former resident of San Michelle for 2 years, 3 months, and 19 days. You want to put housing in the parking garage area, which is the center of the city in the tourist area. We don't need homeless people in the city downtown area. We need homeless people in a place where they can recuperate in an area that's clean and available to them, not to be in the center of the city.
I need to interrupt you. That is an agendized item, so you'll need to hold your comments on that.
Okay, fine, thank you. But the main issues is we have commissioners that are waiting to be put on the commission. What's going on? Why is it taking 6 months to put commissioners in to this commission? Why is there nepotism in city government here? Who's going to retire or who's going to step down? The mayor? Is she going to quit so Mr. Soloff could continue as a commissioner? Or is Mr. Soloff going to step down? This needs to stop immediately. You need to step down, or your wife needs to step down, so that we have ethical city government before all the citizens. And this is the will of the people. And it was voted that way by the council. I have so many things that I could say about this commission. One thing, one of the citizens who made a remark this evening, they can't even stand to sit through the whole meeting because of the way you people run the meeting. You need to organize these meetings. You need to have and listen to public input and respond to public input and put new ideas for housing people in the future. That's all I have to say right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Person whose number ends in 4051.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Teresa Marasco.
Wait. Are you speaking on the public input number 2?
Yes, public input.
Okay.
Number 2, excuse me. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Teresa Marasco. I am a Santa Monica Section 8 tenant or RAB member. And my public comments, I'll be commenting on other items on the agenda, but for public comments, I just want to say that I'm really taken aback by the things that I read in this agenda for today, and especially because there has been absolutely, I'm sorry, I wanted to mention too that I'm going to comment on 3B and 3C, but I want to say that I absolutely do not understand exactly what the Housing Commission does. I've attended numerous meetings, and I have yet to see like any real changes happen for any subsidized tenants in the city. You know, there's such a lack of transparency, and it just seems like there's a major power grab going on right now. Just the simple delay of appointing commissioners and trying to make all these changes before any new commissioners can come on and provide a fresh, you know, idea about, you know, how things should be done, or talk about the issues that are going on in the city of Santa Monica, especially the disparity of treatment of elderly and disabled tenants in the city is horrific. It is the worst. There is no transparency in regarding the housing itself. We don't know where the housing units are, who runs those housing units, how many, you know, voucher members there are, and just the plain and simple fact that the RAB has not been able to organize on its own without the Santa Monica Housing Authority, without the Santa Monica Housing Authority Board, and without the Housing Commission, just on our own, tells me that our voices you're trying to silence our voices. And that is totally opposite of what the mission is for the Housing Commission. I am just beyond any understanding of what's happening here, other than it's a power grab, and that there are other probably organizations that are behind all of this, that are influencing these decisions. I can't really say exactly who they are. I don't know for a fact, but, a lot of us sit around in discussions outside of these commission meetings, and we have talks about what's happening, and we come to these meetings and we try to state our concerns, and they're never taken seriously. It's just like moving on, and it's moving on to what you all want to hear and talk about, not what the citizens or the residents or the people who are most affected by these decisions and the people who are actually coming to you, asking you for your help. What are you doing exactly? Where is the Santa Monica Housing Authority in all of this? I haven't seen them in any of these meetings. Tonight, Mr. Kemper is here. Great, wonderful. But pretty much they've been MIA for months, and I don't understand what's going on. Santa Monica Housing Authority is so non-responsive. I mean, you can't even submit changes without, can't get an answer for 2 weeks when you're trying to submit changes. These are things that are mandated by HUD that they respond to right away. We're required to report within 10 days, but they could take their time responding to us 2 weeks, a month down the road. People are waiting for housing. They've got to wait for, decisions to be made on housing. Meanwhile, they're homeless. These things are terrible. This is evidence of a very poorly run housing authority, and the commission is supposed to be helping us with this. What are you doing? What are you doing for the people? What I want to know, can you please tell me, what does this commission do for the people you're supposed to be representing? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Right. The person whose phone number ends in 4882.
Yes, actually, I want to speak on item number 3A.
Okay. All right, we'll come back to you.
Thank you.
The person whose phone number ends in 2271.
Yes, good evening. I have a comment for item 2, but also item 3A, B, and C. I object to this commission meeting in its current composition and discussing tonight's agenda. New appointments to the commission were supposed to be made by June 30th. There is no valid reason, other than perhaps a political reason, for the appointments being delayed for so long. Conveniently delayed past the commission discussing the housing element, the administrative plan, and reviewing the commission's mission statement. I believe the delay has been created to accommodate the interests of SMER as represented by Mayor Himmelrich and Commissioner Soloff. Commissioner Soloff, I demand that you immediately resign due to the perception of nepotism. Any honorable and ethical person would have resigned already once the City Council stated they do not approve of nepotism. As an attorney, you know that the perception of nepotism undermines the public trust as much as an actual instance of nepotism. Your conduct reinforces the perception of corruption and abuse of power. Commissioner Kemner, you claim you're not a lobbyist, you have no conflict of interest, and the organization you are executive director of does not accept donations from the real estate industry or big tech. Prove it. I demand that you publicly disclose all of your organization's funding sources. As far as I know, your organization has received at least $1 million in donations. Where did this money come from? It's dark money, isn't it? Be transparent and disclose all your funding sources to back up your publicly made statements. You have been under investigation by the FPPC since June 30th. There likely is a reason for that. And before you continue virtue signaling on diversity, why don't you get rid of all the special interests and lobbyists on this commission, which is at least 3 commissioners? Chair Buchanan, you have been on this commission for a decade now, but last month you have failed to call for public comments on several, if not most, of the agenda items. I question your fitness to be chair of this commission. Also, thank you for the civility reminder, which appears to be a thinly veiled attempt at censorship. I believe the ACLU sued the Orange County Board of Supervisors for that back in 2019. Thank you.
Thank you. And now the person whose phone number ends in 0347. Hello? Anyone with a phone number ending in 0347?
Yes, that would be me, Michael Falonis. Yes, hello?
And are you?
Hello?
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 Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, that would be me. My phone number is, yes, that would be me, Michael Falonis. Yes,
Okay.
hello? Hello?
Are you willing to speak on item number 2, public comment?
Yes. No, ma'am. I'm here to speak on item number 3, action items.
Okay.
A.
All right. So we'll come back to you when we get there.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, so that concludes public comment. We will now move on to item 3, the action items. Item 3A, 1318 4th Street Affordable Housing Development Team selection. I think we'll go ahead and hear from the Housing and Human Services Division staff, and then we can have public comment. So, is this you,
Hi.
Jim?
It's
hi.
actually going to be hi.
Hi.
Hi, good evening. My name is Natalie Verlinich. I'm the Senior Development Analyst with the city's Housing and Human Services Division. I have a short presentation that I will share now, and then we will open it up for questions. One moment. All right, tonight's agenda is regarding the selection of a development team for 1318 4th Street. Remember, this is just for the selection of the development team. This is not actually approving the actual development itself. The development itself will go through a public process if it is approved by, or if the development team is approved by City Council. And that will include various community outreach process as well as going back through City Council and other avenues. So just as a little bit of background, the city residents and voters have supported the preservation and production of affordable housing throughout the years, and City Council has identified the creation of more affordable housing as a key element in maintaining economic diversity and affordability in the city. Between 2018 and 2019, this Housing Commission identified the creating affordable housing on city-owned land as a strategy to reduce or eliminate some of the largest expenses in creating affordable housing here in the city, which is the cost of land. In 2019, following that identification of the strategy, the Housing Commission recommended a PS or Parking Structure 3, which is located at 1318 4th Street, would be the most suitable for development for affordable housing. And that recommendation went on to City Council. Parking Structure 3 was identified because it required demolition due to the age and the condition of the structure. And Parking Structure 6 was designed to replace Parking Structure 3 as it was. Additionally, the city's draft housing element proposed the use of the city-owned sites as one of the 4 main strategies to support affordable housing here in the city of Santa Monica. So following this Housing Commission's recommendation, the City Council authorized staff to issue an RFP, which was released in August of 2019. From that RFP, the city received 9 proposals from 7 different development teams. These development teams included at least a lead developer, social services provider, and an architect. The various development teams did include other development partners, but they weren't necessarily requirements in the proposal. Once those proposals were received, an evaluation committee was formed to evaluate those proposals. The committee was made up of city staff from a variety of departments, including the former Community and Cultural Services staff, the former Housing and Economic Development staff, the former Planning and Community Development Division, as well as Public Works. Additionally, there was also a real estate and economics consultant, Kathy Eade from KMA, who's also present on this call, who also served on the evaluation committee. The evaluation was conducted in 2 phases. The first phase was a review of all the proposals that were received. Those were determined, the scores from this evaluate phase were used to determine the qualifications to interview. So all of the proposals were scored based off of 4 categories, which included the overall development concept, the development and operational experience, the design experience, and finally the financing analysis and capacity. The individual scores from each of the committee members were then combined to identify an average for each proposal, and a score of 70 or higher was required to proceed to the second stage of the evaluation. And of that, 3 development teams proceeded to the second phase, and that included EAH, who had 2 proposals that were submitted, Abode Communities and Community Corporation of Santa Monica, and Metropolitan Pacific as 1 development team. Those 3 teams were then invited to an interview, and those interviews, the questions there were focused on the following topics. It was the capacity with the the compatibility of the commercial component with the residential component, the overview of their community involvement and outreach plan, the description of the team's design approach, the possibility for greater diversity given some changes in the state law, as well as a description of the supportive and social services and integration and the updated financing strategy. So following the interview, the teams were asked then 3 follow-up questions that were based on the mix of their financing strategy, the funding sources in their strategy, the strategies for the success for the commercial component and an alternative if that commercial component was not viable, as well as the questions regarding the physical and visual connections between the project and the surrounding area. So based off of the results of the evaluation committee selected the development team that was led by EAH. That they were recommended by the evaluation committee based off of they were the best to satisfy the requirements of the evaluation criteria. They were able to develop the project site successfully with the process and would have community input as well. And additionally, it was due to their depth and breadth of the development team experience, including projects of this size, as well as permanent supportive housing developments. So EAH was the main developer, the developer, and the service provider was the People's Concern, which is based here in the city of Santa Monica. Both of these have proven experience of working with vulnerable homeless individuals as well as locally unhoused individuals. EAH currently has 2 developments in Santa Monica that are either under construction or are in the pipeline. And they've also developed or acquired nearly 100 properties throughout their portfolio, which includes California and parts of Hawaii. And they also have about 1,200 residences in Southern California that they manage. EAH has over 5 decades of experience, including mixed income developments, of which they propose. And they currently have 2 communities under construction in LA that would have the blend of supportive and family housing, which is currently proposed as well. The evaluation committee valued EAH's philosophy of community and collaboration between the property management and the service management to ensure positive results for all of the residents. And they saw their strength in the integrated integrated service program and property management. So from here, after the Housing Commission tonight, the next steps will be taking the committee's recommendation to City Council in December. And if City Council approves, the city will enter into a process to execute an exclusive negotiating agreement with EAH. With that, I would like to introduce Steven Spielberg, who is representative of EAH, and he can take a few moments just to introduce himself and EAH.
Thanks. Can you see and hear me?
Yes.
Great. So I really appreciate that introduction, and it's been a couple years, so we actually have some updates. A few of the projects Natalie just mentioned are now complete. So the first one, we now have a mixed-use project with retail on the ground floor that's complete, and we're most of the way through construction in Santa Monica. So I did prepare a few comments. Initially, just I want to say we're thrilled with this recommendation, and we really appreciate all the work that's gone into it. And for those of you who don't know us, EAH is a 53-year-old nonprofit affordable housing developer and property manager. We have developed over 100 affordable properties, and we're currently working on 2 here in Santa Monica. Magnolia Villas at 10th and Broadway is just weeks away from finishing construction and will provide homes for 39 low-income seniors from Santa Monica. And the Laurel at 14th and Michigan just got recommended for a tax credit award, and it will provide 57 supportive housing units for formerly homeless residents of Santa Monica. We manage all of our own properties, and we've never sold a building in our 53-year history. So we really look at all of our projects, especially this one, as long-term relationships with the city and an investment in the community, starting from the design phase through perpetuity as we become good neighbors in the community. And in addition to managing all of our own properties, we also manage for other owners, which includes over now 3,000 units in the LA area, which does include Step Up on 5th here in Santa Monica, as well as 650 other supportive housing units in Southern California. And for our senior, family, and general low-income residents, EAH actually provides all the services ourselves, but as Natalie mentioned, for our formerly homeless residents, we like to partner with a great service provider like the People Concerned, who have a shared philosophy with us of trauma-informed care, housing first, and harm reduction. And we've looked, and between the 2 of our organizations, we have about a 94% retention rate with our formerly homeless residents. For my own background, I do know some of you, but I was a renter in Santa Monica for 11 years and previously worked for Step Up on 2nd. So before joining EAH 5.5 years ago, and then coming to EAH, I opened our first office on Wilshire at the top of the promenade at 3rd Street, and was very excited to bring that relationship to the housing department and make EAH only the 3rd nonprofit in town to develop housing in partnership with the city. And for this particular RFP submission, we did do 2 separate proposals, and a 120 unit and 150 unit proposal on top of grocery. However, we are very flexible with our unit mix and our choice of retailer. And so I wanted to say that we're very open to expanding the mix, increasing the number of supportive housing units if that's what's interesting, or even maxing out the number of units at 239, which is what we estimated if we went up to the maximum height that this would allow. Also, while we believe that a grocery would be ideal for the neighborhood as well as mix very well with the tenant population above it, we're very open to any type of uses that are suggested for the ground floor. If the city does like our use of grocery on the ground floor, we've spoken with several major name grocers and have a letter of interest from Grocery Outlet. And just this morning, I spoke with the director of real estate for Sprouts, who expressed a strong interest in working with us at this location should everything move forward and the city and the commission and the council are all interested in a grocery store. So with that, I again want to just express how excited we are about this possible opportunity. And if anyone has questions about our proposal or organization, I'd love to take them.
Thank you, Stephen. With that, we can hand it back to you, Chairman Buchanan.
Thank you for your presentation and for taking on this project. I think that first we'll go to public comment, and then we can have questions from the commissioners and then discussion. Anonymous, the first
Yes.
anonymous,
Denise Barton.
you wanted to speak on item 3A?
Yes, I did.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening. By Mr. Spielberg's comments, the city is obviously not hearing the residents or previously served, by OPTC of the abuse by the people concerned, or do you choose not to hear it? As to parking structure 3 at 1318 2nd Street, I have to ask if there's a lawsuit pending. Would moving forward with this project like nothing is happening mean you're negotiating in bad faith? Then, since the upkeep of parking structure 3 is the financial responsibility of the city and Downtown Santa Monica, Inc., would that mean since the parking structure is in such disrepair, they have been negligent in their duties? I would say so. Next, let's go to part 4.2, submission and information, which again shows you in the city negotiating in bad faith. Of course, there's John Warfel of Metropolitan Pacific and Johannes John von Tilburg, both previous and possibly current members of the Downtown Santa Monica, Inc. board, and who both got the original development agreement for the 4th, 5th, and Arizona project, so might this be another setup? Also, I want to mention part 10.26, which is the protest deadline. But if you want to protest the CEQA exemption, those dates depend on when the CEQA exemption is filed and if it's submitted with the plans for the project. Then on the subject of CEQA, part 2.5, I have some points I hope you're considering, such as agencies are required to construe CEQA exemptions narrowly. As one court summarized, exemptions are not to be expanded beyond the reasonable scope of their statutory language, and that these exemptions have erroneously exempted harmful projects from environmental review. Or, communities that are already significantly impacted by environmental pollution are more than likely than other communities to experience harm from the proposed project, which usually affects low incomes and the minority communities more due to them being more cumulative, having a more cumulative burden of pollution in California, as well as that the overburdened communities, small changes can cause significant environmental problems due to the existing environmental toxins. I hope you take these environmental issues into consideration, considering the CEQA exemptions. And isn't the city of Santa Monica already buying credits for air pollution? Thank you.
Barton,
Yes.
we'll move on. The second anonymous, are you still there?
Yes, I am. On item 3A.
On 3A? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Mark Verville. Speak on 3A. Good evening, Housing Commission members. In reviewing the documentation for this item, which proposes the elimination of the core downtown commercial infrastructure, that is parking structure 3, it's clear that no due diligence has either been requested or performed on the potential business impact to the revenue generating potential of the promenade and the surrounding business district, which happens to be the city's most iconic commercial district. The oft-repeated claim that the structure requires demolition due to structural issues has so far been entirely unsupported, with no documented seismic report produced to date, let alone publicly available, to justify the claim. What makes all this worse is that all this planning has happened over the last 2 years before any attempt has been made to assess the future business model of the promenade and the related infrastructure requirements, such as parking structure 3. What is also clear is that this is being discussed despite an ongoing lawsuit, the outcome of which is unknown. To be clear, this represents a breathtakingly short-sighted and financially ruinous approach to management of the city's core assets. Those very same assets are in the public trust to ensure they provide city management with maximum resource flexibility to meet its priorities as well as for the best outcome for the residents of the city. A vibrant, fully leased promenade generating 15% and more of the city's sales taxes with an ability to grow that amount is exactly the kind of resource the city desperately needs to provide for its very expensive housing programs. To take such unique, locationally specific assets, such as parking structure 3, and use it for housing, when housing in this small city can be located practically anywhere, including the highly suitable old Fisher lumber site, existing plans notwithstanding, is not only inexplicable, it is grossly negligent. The total cost of this defective housing initiative is not only the lost parking revenues, it is the much broader multi-year opportunity costs of the loss in visitor traffic from the elimination of one of the most convenient downtown parking structures in the city. And this visitor traffic will not be replaced by the target demographic in these proposed residential units. Embarking on this initiative will guarantee that the city will actually have less future resources to execute its housing agenda than would otherwise be the case. This is so completely short-sighted that it is in fact bizarre. It is even more inexplicable that this commission is actually supporting such an outcome that is so completely detrimental both to its core mission and to the city's core priorities. As the materials indicate, there has been no attempt to quantify the opportunity cost of a promenade that is forced into a state of decline from the systemic dismantling of its essential infrastructure. The key reason for this opportunity cost being unknown is the fact that there has been no real effort expended to put together a fully researched, go-forward business plan for the promenade and the surrounding business district by either DTSM or the city. That failure to quantify the future cannot be used as a baseline for determination of what infrastructure to maintain for the downtown district. To do so is compounding mismanagement on top of complete and utter planning failure. To move forward with such a project without any understanding or consideration of the larger impacts of the city's objectives in the midst of a lawsuit and in complete disdain for the residents' concerns reflects nothing short of unacceptable and complete mismanagement of the city's assets. Thank you.
Thank you. The person whose phone number ends in 4051. Did you want to speak?
No, 3B and C.
Okay, we'll get back to you. The person whose phone number ends in 4882. Did you want to speak on item 3A?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you're on.
Yes, hello, Commissioners. This is John Warfel. I'm the principal at Metropolitan Pacific and the development partner of CCSM for the CCSM Metro project. As you probably saw from the staff report, the scores for all of the projects, top 4 projects, were quite close. In very, I think, about a 5% range. And we think that a further consideration needs to be made before that you need to make further consideration before the decision to support one project or the other is done. And maybe that will happen tonight. I'd like to speak to you. There's going to be 3 of us speaking on the various components of our project. And you'll hear from the architect, you'll hear from CCSM, Tara Braskas, and you're hearing from me. And I'm going to limit my comments to the commercial portion of our development. Our vision is to bring a unique and much-needed interactive entertainment and concert venue to downtown Santa Monica. To this end, we've secured a deal with Brooklyn Bowl, one of the most innovative interactive entertainment companies in the United States. Brooklyn Bowl combines food and beverage, bowling, and a live concert venue into an entertainment complex that draws a large cross-section of patrons, including families that come for bowling alleys, birthday parties, dinners, family-centric concerts, such as Rock and Roll Playhouse, which is one of Brooklyn Bowl's weekly events aimed at families with children 10 and under, adults looking for an evening of interactive recreation, which is bowling and other games, and concert goers who come for the broad selection of live shows that run the gamut from classic shows. Brooklyn Bowl just did an Elvis Costello show, to local bands that are doing new music. Additionally, Brooklyn Bowl will provide a location for private parties, corporate events, and other business and social gatherings, and they maintain an on-site planning staff to support these events. By putting the concert venue and bowling area below grade, we're taking advantage of an unused portion of the project and a portion of the project that will be unbuilt in the other proposals. This allows us to use the square footage that we can add to generate additional revenue from the new premises to support the development. We have designed the venue to take full advantage of the subterranean space. This venue fits perfectly. The entertainment venues and bowling alleys, anyone that you'll ever see, they do not have windows, and being below grade is a fantastic spot for them. The restaurant portion of the premises will be at grade level, fronting 4th Street, bringing a new use along the street that supports and is supported by the entertainment uses below. This will activate a block that is currently a dead zone in downtown and attract additional tenants that will benefit from activity and proximity to Brooklyn Bowl. And I should mention the Brooklyn Bowl is open 7 days a week. They open at noon, and depending on the day of the week and what's happening there, they close in the evening or late evening. Brooklyn Bowl is known also for its community involvement, and this is something that I think is important. And if you look through the materials in our submittal, you'll see testimonials from charities that they've worked with. They have also committed to local hiring practices in both their food service and venue management areas. They have an intern program, typically in marketing and entertainment production, with a preference for, and they'll do this intern program here with a preference for Samo High and Santa Monica College students. Charity events, including donation of their venue with food and pro bono assistance, will also be scheduled. And again, you can look at their other venues and talk to where the other cities they're in, with Philadelphia, New York, Nashville, and you can see what they have done and are committed to doing. We believe that Brooklyn Bowl will act as an anchor for the commercial portion of this project and will give us the ability to attract tenants for the rest of the ground floor. Brooklyn Bowl will take the whole subterranean area and a portion of the ground floor, and the remaining portion can be anything from another cafe to retail to whatever, but probably it would be entertainment and music-oriented retailers. And this is very unique in Santa Monica, very unique really anywhere. And there are very many tenants that would love to be here. And we believe that we'll really activate this space. And a concern we have for some of the other proposals is there is not a tenant ready to go for the kind of use that will activate the street. In the rear along the alley, we've created a pedestrian plaza with commercial premises facing the alley. We have not outlined the exact size of these premises yet, because that will be dependent on the demand and the leasing. But they will there's glass doors, a full glass wall, and they will be able, in the back, can lease to local businesses and or nonprofits at reduced rental rates. We believe the Brooklyn Bowl will be a standout addition to downtown and will bring vibrancy to 4th Street that is currently not there. I'd also like to mention that the number of housing units in our project can be expanded, as the EAH proposal had mentioned. And of course, through the community process, we will get more input. But if you look at our project, it is very well thought out. The Brooklyn Bowl portion is designed specifically, and I know in some people we heard there's concerns that there might be noise issues. We have on board and at the beginning of the process brought on a well-respected acoustic consultant, and they've assured us that this will not be an issue with the concert venue and the bowling being 2 levels down and 2 thick concrete slabs between them. Along with that along with the noise mitigation measures that have been recommended, will assure that we don't have a problem.
I have to interrupt you at this point. We're past 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, I will stop now. I appreciate it, and if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask.
Thank you very much. The person whose phone number ends in 0347. Hello? Person whose number ends in 0347. All right, I'm going to move on to the next person at this point. The person whose number ends in 8554.
Yes, good evening.
Do you want to speak on item 3A?
That's correct.
Okay. Take it away.
I think, first of all, the staff stating that the garage needs to be demolished is a little short-sighted. It hasn't been condemned. It's a perfectly good garage that's operable, but the lack of maintenance by the city in the past has brought it to this place where it needs to be brought up to standards now. I think that trying to take this city asset, which is in play and making money now, and try to turn it into housing for formerly homeless people, and then try to put something like proposed with the bowling alley underneath, how does that possibly sync together for people that are formerly homeless? How does that possibly sync with the promenade and the idea of businesses on the promenade? Why on earth are these ideas even being considered? Another issue is, why is the people concerned such a standout player in this issue? Why hasn't an organization such as PATH, which has twice the quality of success in Los Angeles, why haven't they been brought in and other people brought in to bid on these projects of housing in the other area besides the parking lot, the parking structure rather? This situation where the city says the parking structure needs to be demolished, this is all so that they can make housing and have developers develop housing downtown so that big money is made. But this does not work with the general plan of the promenade and the downtown tourism which runs this city, which has been destroyed through COVID due to Lane Dilg, Rick Cole, and the city management and the council. How do you possibly think that you're going to survive with this housing downtown of homeless people, and it's going to be an asset to the tourist business? And then we're going to put a bowling underneath it? What about the parking for the tenants? These issues, and I'm surprised that it haven't been brought to the public before now so that the public could weigh in on this whole project. It seems to be a situation where you guys just want to develop this project. It seems to be a done deal. Everybody has their proposals in place, but the citizens haven't even been aware of what you're planning. This needs to stop right now. The lawsuit needs to go forward and play out, and we need to find out why the city has not kept this structure up to code for the last 15, 20 years. This needs to be done first. You need to find another location for homeless people and housing for these souls so that they are able to live in a place that is not the downtown tourist area. It does not sync with people rebuilding their lives and tourism all in the same area. Just doesn't work. So hopefully we will stop this project right now, build up the parking structure, make the money from the parking structure, and continue to go forward. I'm against this housing. I'm against the way that the commission is run now, the Housing Commission, and the fact that they refuse to listen to the citizens and their ideas about this, and the council as well. If you do not listen to the citizens of this city, then you are not doing anyone justice. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one other thing to say, if you would give me a chance, please.
On this item?
Yes, on this item.
If
the people concerned, I have personal experience of years dealing with the people concerned and housing. Not only did they not house me after well over 2 years and 2 stays in San Michelle, which I had to go with other advocates to try to bring it to some kind of decent place to live. How are we going to give this trust to someone like John Masseri and the people concerned? Why are we not picking other organizations to come into Santa Monica and join in with the city to rebuild the housing for the homeless here? It's said that you want to help the homeless. That's the number one issue. But it hasn't moved in 3 years. Nothing has changed. So that's what I have to say. The people concerned is not what it appears to be. It's a money-making organization that has no interest in helping the homeless.
Your time is up now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The person whose number ends in 2271.
Yes, this is Olga Zuraska. I think it's official now. The city is turning into a circus with proposals of housing for unhoused citizens being built above a bowling alley and music venue. First, I request that staff please clarify whether there is a legal issue with the city engaging in discussing this item while there is a lawsuit pending against the city, a lawsuit which opposes the demolition of parking structure 3. Now, there is a proposal for the people concerned involvement in the provision of supportive services, and I really hesitate to use the phrase the people concerned and supportive services in one sentence. First, let me correct what staff said. The people concerned is no longer based in Santa Monica. They're based on Arlington in Los Angeles, okay? So that's number one. And if the reputation of the people concerned is not enough to prevent them from receiving this contract for providing supportive services, I do not know what is. For anyone unaware of the organization's reputation, I direct you to 2 YouTube videos. One is called Measure H Atrocities, and one is called Santa Monica Funding Abuses of the Homeless ? Both the videos contain testimony by the clients, or perhaps we should say survivors, of the people concerned. If you're still not convinced, I suggest you count the lawsuits filed against the people concerned during the past 4 years. I believe they are in excess of 12 by now. They range from claims of wrongful death to civil rights violations, including retaliation, as well as unsafe conditions for both the employees and clients of the organization. Actually, most of those lawsuits have been filed by the employees of the organization. Several council members have publicly stated an interest in taking San Michelle, the only homeless shelter on the city land, out of the hands of the people concerned. I am not sure why the city would be considering giving this contract to an organization which told its clients, the residents of San Michelle at a house meeting, to refrain from publicly giving negative feedback regarding the organization. Once the city attorney's office had to send an email reminding Mr. Masseri that everyone in the United States of America, including the clients of the people concerned, has the right to free speech. Clients of the people concerned suffer neglect and abuse with no prospect of getting housed by the organization. A friend of mine died, which I believe was a preventable death due to the negligent care of the people concerned in their fraudulent quote-unquote respite bed program, which exists on paper only. If you would like to help the vulnerable clients to die or be subjected to neglect and abuse and civil rights violations, by all means, give this contract to the people concerned and John Masseri. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zaraska.
that me?
Wait, 0347?
Yes, ma'am.
And
I'm here.
do you want to speak on 3A?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Michael Falonis, the architect for the CCSM Metro submission. I'd like to address 4 design issues for your consideration. Livability. Natural light and air is provided from both sides of the units. This is accomplished by the elimination of double-loaded corridors. Access to each unit is taken directly from egress balconies that provide natural light, air, and views, and that are open to the outdoors. By eliminating double-loaded corridors, the project is more livable, more sustainable, and eliminates the need to mechanically condition corridors. Most importantly, single-loaded corridors do not count against our FAR. Housing amenities. The design includes 2 community rooms placed on 2 separate floors. This will encourage a community atmosphere and provide spaces to host activities, educational programs, community meetings, and other related community activities. Caseworker and residential management offices are in immediate proximity to the units and the community spaces. Permanent supportive housing staff offices are also located to allow for ease of tenant access to staff, which is critical for the type of supportive programs proposed. We believe this proximity is necessary to promote privacy and the kind of interaction between staff and their clients. Outdoor gathering spaces. Outdoor gathering spaces are provided throughout the housing component and on multiple floors, allowing ample locations for tenants to gather in semi-private areas. The project's design provides outdoor space for tenants young and old, including approximately 1,000 square feet designed for children's play area, which is surrounded by the 3-bedroom family units. There is over 7,500 square feet of outdoor community space. Active alley for tenants and pedestrians. For years, the city has looked to activate the alleys in downtown with appropriate community serving commercial spaces. After accommodating the required building services adjacent to the alley, the project design has alley-facing commercial spaces and a landscape pedestrian plaza that will help to activate the alley. Commercial space facing the plaza will allow unique tenants and nonprofits to operate in a space at significantly lower rates. Our scheme is currently 6 stories and could easily be added. We could easily add another story. However, the team decided in the beginning of this project, after we evaluated this piece, to not include an additional story because of the construction cost to go to a 7-story building. The team felt that a 6-story building was a sensible solution. There are renderings in our submission that support the design ideas I've addressed this evening. I appreciate your time and thank you, and would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's see. And your phone number was 0347, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that ends comment on this item. We'll now go to questions from the commissioners. And just to let everyone know, Vice Chair Hamilton has joined us. He had difficulty getting in on the link that was provided for him, so he sort of came in through the back door, and hopefully he'll be able to provide his input. Otherwise, he'll just continue listening. Any questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Kamner, is that you raising your hand?
Yep, I'm raising my hand. Thanks. So one detail that I am interested in learning more about is the mix of different size units, and in particular family size units. And for the development team that, which is EAH, where there aren't 3-unit family sized units, maybe like you could speak to that choice and how the mix of unit sizes is affecting the population that you want to serve.
I can start first with those. So EIH submitted 2 proposals. One was 120 units, and then that 120 units proposal had a mixture of studios, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3 bedrooms. And that would also qualify if they decide in the future to go for 9%. They would be eligible for doing that. In that proposal, 50 of those units would be set aside for permanent supportive housing, and those would be served by the people's concern. The other units would be for just a mixture of 30 and 60% above area median income. Their second proposal was for more units. It was for 150 units, and that one was a mixture of studio, 1-bedrooms, and 2-bedrooms. Again, that set aside 50 of the units for permanent supportive housing that would be served by the people concerned, and then the remainder would be set aside for individuals and households that were at or below 30 and 60%. But again, the discussion tonight is regarding selecting a development team and not necessarily the development itself, as the development will go through a public outreach process where these numbers could move around to base off of the public outreach and the public input on the process.
Can I just do a follow-up question really quick?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you speak a little bit more about what potential population the studio apartments would be serving?
Beyond the permanent supportive housing set-aside units?
Like the single room occupancy studio apartments.
Stephen, can I ask you to maybe answer that question on behalf?
And I'll just fill in from Natalie's last answer too. We submitted the 2 proposals because we're very open to either a mix. We found that 9% tax credits weren't advantageous on either program, but we wanted to have that opportunity. And so that's one of the main reasons we included all the 3-bedroom units in the one proposal, because for 9% tax credit family projects, you have to have at least 25% of the units as 3s. We thought the project worked better at the 150, but we're open to either design or increasing the units. As far as the mix and basically who gets to live where, that's more of a fair housing issue. And so it might make sense if someone wanted to say the supportive housing units were restricted to just the studios, but we're really not able to do anything like that. And so for fair housing, it will be mixed fairly evenly between the different incomes that are living in the building. Did that answer your question, Commissioner?
Yeah, that did answer my question. Thanks so much. I was wondering if I could also ask that question to the representative from the CCSM proposal, just to find out, look at their thinking around the mix of units for their proposal.
Let me just, Jim, is that point of order, is that allowed? Did you leave?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Kamner.
Yeah, just like same question about the decision making on the mix of units and what populations are intended to be served by the mix of units.
Chair Buchanan and Jim, I see Tara's on as an attendee. I don't know if there's a possibility to unmute her so she can answer that question.
I just checked something. I'm not used to doing this. Tara, are you able to have audio now?
Yes. Can you hear me?
You'll just have to mute, or not mute, but turn off your sound or something, because I'm getting a little bit of a background noise.
Okay.
I think that was good right there.
Okay, great. Yes, hi, and actually I was waiting on the phone also to make comment, and so I was wondering if I could do that, and then I'm happy to answer Commissioner Kamner's question.
Sure. Your phone number didn't appear. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, I was on. I'm not sure. That's okay. Thank you very much. Chair Buchanan and members of the Housing Commission, my name is Tara Barauskas. I'm the Executive Director of Community Corp of Santa Monica. We submitted a letter today regarding the developer selection for parking structure 3, but I wanted to highlight a few points for your consideration. We would like to ask the Commission to consider Community Corp and Metropolitan Pacific's proposal to develop parking structure 3. While all 3 finalists are reputable, long-standing nonprofit affordable housing providers, for a project of this magnitude, visibility, and complexity, we believe it's important to work with a team that has deep experience in Santa Monica. Community Corp has almost 40 years of this experience and a deep understanding of the community needs and dynamics in the area. We've held hundreds of community meetings in Santa Monica and enjoy a long-standing relationship with city staff, residents, and stakeholders. We provide all our own property management, maintenance, and services. We have partnered with the people concerned to provide supportive services for the special needs units on this project, though we also have our own robust service program that we provide for our residents. We serve over 250 voucher holders and special needs households in our portfolio currently and partner with many local community service providers such as People Concerned, Step Up, Upward Bound, and St. Joseph's to ensure that they receive the support and resources that they need. In terms of the project, and this will go to your question, Commissioner Kamner, we believe the unit mix we've proposed with no studios and only 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms will better address the residents and community's needs. This will bring more families to the downtown area, and adding this vibrancy is something that's been specifically discussed in downtown stakeholder meetings. Our least desirable units are our studios. So for that reason, we feel 1 bedrooms would better serve singles and special needs households because they offer more flexibility in case of a household change, child, or caregiver. We would also make sure to take community stakeholder input into the project and have created a robust, multifaceted community engagement plan. Brooklyn Bowl, who you heard earlier, has already committed to the project, and they have numerous successful mixed-use locations nationwide and provide a variety of programming that we think will be very compatible, especially with our families. Our design has taken serious consideration on how to integrate this use into the project, and we believe it will bring community members and tourists to the downtown area as well. We hope the Housing Commission would consider our proposal and recommend our team to City Council for approval. Our team's ready to engage the community and create a development that will enhance the downtown and bring much needed, high quality, affordable housing to Santa Monica.
Thank you, Tara.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions from Commissioner Kamner?
Could I ask a question of Mr. Kemper? Could you speak to what unit size, if there's any data available about like what unit sizes are most needed in the city currently? Your knowledge.
Well, I think that's it's a great question. I think different people have different perspectives on that. I think the overwhelming majority of households in Santa Monica are one-person households. you look at data on renter households, typically on our housing wait list, those wait lists are well represented by one-person households or one and two-person households. There has been, and I imagine will continue to be, an ongoing debate about the three-bedroom household, three-bedroom apartments are discussed in terms of for families, and and there's an ongoing discussion about, do you build the apartments first to bring the families, or the families already here and who need to expand into three-bedroom units? And I will just, if it's helpful, remind the Commission what's before them tonight is the potential to make an advisory recommendation to the City Council, who will make the selection of the development team that will then go forward through a community design, community input process, and come back to City Council at some point, presenting a development. So I just want to remind the commissioners that what is before them tonight is not approving a development of any type, if that's helpful. But I think, again, to recap with answering your question, there is generally a need for all sizes of housing, studio apartments, one bedroom, two bedroom, and three bedrooms, because even you will hear perspectives of people may be a one-person household or two-person household, but they may expand into a larger household, and then they need a larger apartment. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you. Thank you so much. It does. I also recall that more family-size housing is was expressed as a goal in the housing element. Is that correct? Is my recall correct on that?
From my understanding, yes, that is correct. Oh, I'm sorry. Was I not heard? Oh, okay. From my understanding, yes, the housing element does have that as a priority.
Thank you so much.
Chair Buchanan, you're muted.
Sorry. Commissioner Hilton, do you have any questions?
I have one question on on-site parking. The development is expected to provide office space to the supportive service provider, and there's proposals for locally owned retail and restaurants. That was mentioned by Mr. Spielberg of a grocery store. Regarding parking for the resident service staff and retail, what are the parking options and what will be the development parking capacity?
Would you like me to answer that?
Oh, no, I can. I was just making sure I was unmuted. Thank you, Commissioner Hilton. The development as in its concept does have parking provided on site. However, as we've discussed, it is just a concept as it is, and it will go through, the outreach process to further fine tune those pieces. But there is parking proposed for the grocery store or the retail on site, as well as some bicycle parking as well.
Any more questions, Commissioner Hilton?
Well, there's been input from Community Corps, and we've received correspondence about more three-bedroom units versus SROs. And I know, just like Mr. Anish just said, that we're not discussing necessarily option 1 or 2 or approving them, but more specific to the 3 bedrooms, and this is for housing staff, is what is the significance of 5 to 7 person households in our homeless population?
Could you repeat the last part of the question?
Well, what is the number of 5 to 7 person households in our Santa Monica homeless population?
So we checked with staff on this prior to the needs for 3 bedrooms, specifically for permanent supportive housing. And they expressed that there wasn't a huge demand, but there was potential for some amount of permanent supportive housing for 3 bedrooms, but a smaller amount. But again, there's 50 of these units would be reserved for the permanent supportive, and then there'd be the larger population as well that would be also able to use these units.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Hanson, do you have any questions?
I think my main question was what Commissioner Kamner asked about the unit mix. I guess a question for Mr. Spielberg regarding the grocery store. I'd be interested to hear a little bit more about that. Just thinking about there's Trader Joe's going in the downtown. The Vons will be redeveloping, and just wanted to get your thoughts on the need for another grocery store there and what your thinking is around that.
Well, we really just thought it was a great idea. I mentioned I was a resident of Santa Monica for 11 years, and I worked right at the top of the promenade, and I used to go to that Whole Foods all the time, and that went out. And I think that with the density downtown, it's just always been a needed thing, especially niche grocers. And so we thought it was particularly needed. And then as we progressed over the last 2 years, the pandemic has really changed things dramatically. And grocery stores are one of the few things that have really been thriving throughout. And, for this particular size space, a Vons or someone like that really isn't suited for that. And so we went out to the more specialized small format grocery stores. And as I mentioned, we did get a letter of interest from a grocery outlet. And just this morning, I was speaking with Sprouts, who might be an even better fit for right there. And they had a strong interest if we were to move forward with that. And then on the flip side, I really think that grocery is a great fit with the tenant population above. It's a basic need that everyone has to have groceries. And it also provides opportunities for employment for residents. And I just think it happens to be a very good fit with what we're putting together there. But as I also mentioned, we're open to other options. And when we did present to the city, we also presented a second option, which had broken up retail space. But I happen to really like the grocery concept.
Thank you. One question for was it Michael Falonis, the architect on the other project? I had just curiosity about the single loaded corridors and what the thinking was around that. If he's still on, maybe he's not.
Jim, is there a way to? I think he's still on as an attendee.
Don't remember what.
Or the developer.
Yeah, but I only have phone numbers, and I don't remember his phone number.
Tara, I could answer until we figure out which number is Mr. Falonis's. I know that that's something that they generally feel strong about in terms of livability, having more air and light circulation. I think it's just more of a philosophical thing in terms of quality of life. I'm sure he could say it more eloquently than that.
Great.
2271, phone number ending in 2271. Can you tell me who this is?
Yes, this is Olga Zuraska. I already spoke to this.
Oh, thank you.
I think it was either 347 or 3037. I remember the 7 at the end, I think.
Sorry, we'll try 0. Hi, 0347.
Yes, I'm on now. Thank you. This is Michael Falonis.
Okay, you're who we're looking for. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Carl. We have probably done 15 or 18 high-rise projects in and around Santa Monica. We just completed one on the corner of Lincoln and Colorado. We finished another one, the Millennium East Village, which was 362 units of housing. And the one at the Millennium East Village has probably about 60% of single-loaded corridors. There's two things about single-loaded corridors here in Santa Monica. They're not counted against your FAR. Double-loaded corridors are counted against your FAR. And the 40% that we have on the Millennium East Village, they're very short. They're probably, most of them are probably less than 50 feet long, and they're open-ended at both ends, and so they're not counted against our FAR. The reason for this, the specific reason for this, is that now I can provide tenants with light and air from both sides of their units, which means they're using less mechanical systems during the course of the day to heat, to cool spaces. The spaces are ventilated better. It's a more friendly environment. It's a more humane environment. We took over that Millennium East Village, and it had what was told to me. It had a double-loaded corridor that was 2 football fields long. I mean, that is an inhumane way to force people to live, and I worry about that not only in our affordable housing projects but market rate. It doesn't matter to me. Humans are humans, and they need to be in spaces that are compatible if you were living in a single family residence.
Thank you. I guess if Ms. Baraskis is still available, just wanted to follow up on the unit mix question that Leonora had asked, just to get a sense of, I think it's been brought up that, council has been discussing this need for more units. Obviously, if we're at more units that are accommodating families, and if there is a need for this in the community that'll be taking advantage of this, like, we'll need to build those, and obviously we would get fewer total units if we're building more multi-unit housing. So I just want to get an understanding of like the real demand in the community for this kind of variety of housing and how that matches what's been built in the past and the need for this now.
Sure, I can answer that. Our studio units are by far the ones that have the highest turnover, the highest vacancy rates. So that's, and like I said, it doesn't offer the same kind of flexibility because things change over time for people too. And since our housing is permanent housing, we want to try to have more flexibility, which is why we're trying to get away from studios. Some of the older buildings we bought over time already had studios baked in, but when we're building new buildings, we're only doing 1, 2, and 3 bedroom. And anecdotally, I will say the 3 bedrooms are by far our highest demand units. We have people many times move into a 2 bedroom, but then they might have more children and they really need the 3 bedroom, waiting years because we simply just don't have the stock. So, really feel strongly about those 3 bedroom units being in very high demand.
Thank you. I think that's it on questions for me for now.
Vice Chair Hamilton, do you have any questions?
Hi, this is Josh Hamilton. Can everybody hear me? Okay, great. Sorry, I can't join by video. I have a couple questions for city staff about how these 2 projects were scored. It appears that there's a lot of similarities between these 2 proposals. Both brought in experienced retail consultants. Both seem feasible based on their financing sources or using very similar financing sources. The grid provided by KMA shows, basically an identical score or scoring for each of the 3 proposals. I'm including the 2 from EAH and the 1 from CCSM. I'd like to understand, except for the 150 unit size of the second EAH proposal, can the city enlighten us as to how this decision, or what was important to the city in making this decision? Because it's hard to tell if you compared all 3 projects side by side.
Yes, I can speak to that. So all 3 development teams that were the finalists are all capable development teams. And so for the evaluation committee, when they reviewed it, what stood out was EAH's management philosophy and collaborating with the supportive services team to ensure success for all residents, not only the supportive services or supportive housing individuals, but as well as all individuals and households in the community. Additionally, there was also EAH has experience in managing and developing permanent supportive housing across their portfolio that was valued as well. And they also have experience in larger properties similar to this as well.
Okay. They're both using People's Concern as their service provider. And I think, People's Concern is a well-known service provider. They work with a lot of different borrowers. And so I think, the fact that they're both using the same service provider somewhat seems to me to kind of offset whatever kind of cancels each other out in terms of who would be the most effective service, provide the best services. So was there something within the management company and how the management company interacts with People's Concern that you can enlighten us on?
Yes, and additionally, and my apologies for not including it earlier, EAH also had a more fleshed out outreach plan as well. They both had a great outreach plan, but EAH's was just a little bit more fleshed out after they were chosen as a development team, the process they would go about. In terms of the management philosophy, the committee saw that it was kind of a collaboration between the 2 to ensure that if there was an issue that arose on one side of the property management side, that they would collaborate with the supportive services to ensure that that resident was successful and wouldn't become evicted or other issues would come up as well. So it was more of that collaboration and communication between the two to ensure that there was a successful retention of the resident in their unit.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
I think it explains it well. I'm still a little puzzled in some ways because I think there are, each of these developers that submitted RFP proposals all have experience in this area, and I think it all do an effective job in serving this population. But I think obviously the city, you ultimately have to make that decision. But I think that, each of these developers has these units in their portfolio, and I think they each do a very effective job in how they manage their portfolio. I want to ask a question. Does the city have 50 vouchers available that they could put towards this? Whoever is chosen to develop this project, do you have 50 units to put into this project over the next 12 to 18 months?
Jim, can I pass that on to you?
Yeah, I can speak to that. It's my initial response. It's a little bit of putting the cart before the horse. As I mentioned, the stage we're at now is recommending a development team. There's going to be a bit of a process as far as once a development team is selected to present their project concepts to the community and get feedback and change it and etc. But yes, the EAH is anticipating project-based vouchers from the Housing Authority, which we will make available. Really, it is the Santa Monica Housing Authority is a smaller housing authority compared to, say, City of Los Angeles that has 50,000 vouchers, so they can set aside 50. We watch our voucher utilization very closely, and what we have to do in these instances where we need to allocate 50 vouchers compared to, let's say, 5 is right. We're going to have to, at the point a development gets into construction, we're going to have to monitor our vouchers very closely. Historically, we've had an attrition rate of about 50 vouchers a year. And so, one way to look at it is the Housing Authority can commit toward the vouchers, and then we are going to have to very carefully monitor our the vouchers we issue and the timing of the construction to make sure that once the project is near open, then we have those 50 available. But the short answer is yes.
Okay. Does it matter to you whether those vouchers, or do you have funding for vouchers for either a studio or a one bedroom? Do you have more availability for one or the other?
Not necessarily. I mean, one of the other issues that comes up in supportive housing is we would expect, to the extent it's feasible and reasonable, for the developer to obtain social services funding or the social services. You may be aware that the history somewhat of supportive housing is to use vouchers as a proxy for social service funding, the voucher rent, and ideally a developer will obtain social services funding that aren't from vouchers, and then the voucher rent would be set. That really the need for the vouchers, at least in terms of the supportive the population of people experiencing homelessness, is they don't oftentimes, maybe they have $200 a month income in general relief or whatever it is, and so even though the rents will be set at extremely low income, they could not even afford that rent limit without a voucher. And so ideally, just for the Santa Monica Housing Authority, because we are looking at helping as many persons as we can with the limited pool of funds we have. And so it is our aim, if it's possible, is to not use vouchers as a funding tool for social services if there is other funding, social services funding out there.
Right. I expect a lot of that will also flow through the people's concern.
Yes, that's correct. So the people concerned for this development, EAH does have funding that they'll be bringing from the Department of.
Okay. I have a question for both developers and also for the architect. This proposal seems to not contemplate the additional height and density that you could get through SB 1763. Now that we can utilize this new this new measure to increase height and density, my question is to both of the developers on the phone, and I guess EAH should go first. How would you react to what you can do now through SB 1763? Would you change anything about this design or proposal?
I think that I would really involve the whole group, especially Jim and Natalie and their team. We did look at that already, and that was actually part of the interview process we went through. And with AB 1763 being a transit-oriented development, we'd be allowed unlimited density and additional 3 stories in height, or 33 feet. And the downtown plan already allows 70 feet for affordable development. So that would put us, somewhere around a 100-foot building. So a type 1 building, we did explore that. It would get us to, I believe, either 239 or 243 units. I don't recall the exact number. And in our proposal, we did include subterranean parking, and we feel that if we were to go up to that number of units, we would probably need more than just one level of subterranean parking to accommodate the residents' needs. I know that's not required in downtown, but we think it'd be a good idea. I caveat all of it with we're open. So if the city doesn't want the parking, but I think for leasability, it's important. And then we also looked at it financially, and I looked at this earlier today, and the last time I analyzed it was in May of 2020, so it may have changed a little bit. And when we were looking at it, we also expected we would have to do the demo of the parking garage ourselves. And we thought that in addition to asking for the nominal ground lease from the city, that we would need about $12 million more in capital from the trust fund in order to make that work. Again, that assumes that the project would take on the demo. So maybe it's less than 12 million. But that's kind of where we were at with it. And, as far as, I guess, the desire and ability, yeah, we'd love to do a project like that. And we have done projects like that. You really don't see them much in LA. We know Weingart's doing one downtown, but that's about the only high-rise affordable building I know in the LA area. We've done it in Hawaii and other places, and would be happy to do that in downtown Santa Monica.
Okay, thank you.
Did you want me to answer that as well, Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes, Tara. Yes, that would be great.
Yeah, so from our perspective, we proposed a design that we thought was the most optimal considering, unit mix, neighborhood characteristics, and just sort of the scale of the neighborhood. We also did look at putting another floor on because, as was mentioned, AB 1763 would allow that. Then it becomes a much more complicated structure with 2 podium decks to accommodate the additional units. So we had maximized the funding sources without having to go to the city's housing trust fund because we understand that's a priority. And so adding another floor would mean we would have to ask the city for money. So, we would be flexible on that, but I don't know that that's something the city would want to do.
Okay. One consideration, and I don't want to get too far into the weeds here, but one consideration as we look forward with this project is, first of all, I'll say I think both of these proposals look great. I wish we could go higher, and I wish we could put in more units. This is a choice piece of land in Santa Monica in our downtown core where greater height and greater density should be, it's a great site for something like that, and we really should try to find ways to accommodate that. I understand we're under, cost constraints as well, but obviously we know across the street from this property, there will be at some point in time, hopefully a very exciting and energizing new development. And I think that, having a building like this that is higher and has more density in it could really lend itself well to the overall look and feel of that downtown area. But looking ahead, and this is just something for consideration, is that as part of the new housing element goals that we put forth recently, the city of Santa Monica is considering a proposal to allow, first of all, to define affordable housing as anything up to 120% AMI. And within that, projects that will house people up to 120% AMI, I know they're outside of the tax credit program, but those projects would be afforded all of the same benefits that affordable housing properties enjoy under SB 1763. So this is something it's in draft form at this point, but this may be something for future consideration in terms of adding additional height to the project. You could add that height potentially with higher income, income levels up to 120% AMI and rents affordable to those units. It may not offset the cost for going up higher, but it potentially could be accommodated at the city. I know there's a lot of hurdles. I know Santa Monica is typically not a city that likes to see higher buildings. I understand all that, but I wanted to let both developers know that there may be some opportunities here for additional height, or you'd have to condo the project, obviously, but additional height to accommodate the essential worker middle income housing in those units.
Any other questions, Vice Chair Hamilton?
I have no further questions right now.
I have a couple of clarification questions. In terms of the discussion that just occurred about the vouchers, is EAH counting on vouchers being set aside for them to fill those units?
So
I was a little confused.
All
Yes.
three, yes. So all three finalist teams for the permanent supportive housing would require either project-based vouchers or COC vouchers.
The continuum of care. Okay. And then my second clarification question, will both, would both be, I'm talking about both because we've had just EAH and Community Corps present here today. Would both be relying on funding from the Housing Trust Fund?
No, neither of them would. Of the proposals, all of the proposals that were submitted, there were 6 proposals that didn't require any city funding at the time of submission, and those were scored higher than those that did require some city funding.
Okay.
If I could add to that, Chair Buchanan, just for the context that it's one of the reasons why the Housing Commission and the City Council has wanted to focus on city-owned land to create affordable housing, because the majority of the housing trust funds that the city has historically put into creating new affordable housing is really for the land acquisition. And so if the city can provide the land already, then it allows the city, for the limited housing trust fund enhanced, for those to be stretched even further to create more affordable housing overall.
Thanks. Commissioner Soloff, do you have any questions?
I do. First, just a process question. Is there an actual date in December that this is going in front of the City Council right now, or is that just a notional idea?
Jim, I believe
Yeah.
we're going to, oh, good.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking me. Yes, we are planning to go on December 14th to the City Council.
Okay, and what is the timeline that you envisage following some decision by the City Council?
So following the City Council decision, if EAH is approved in December, the city would then enter into an ENA, or an exclusive negotiating agreement, with EAH, which wouldn't be requiring or wouldn't be for a specific project or a loan agreement or a ground lease or anything like that. It would just be a negotiating agreement with them. Then EAH would then enter into the community outreach process, which they've laid out in their proposal, and council could always require more of them if they would like to, but they have a pretty spelled out plan in there, and that would, include not only the design of the project, but also the unit counts and other aspects of that. And then once the development is more concrete after the development, it would then go forward to actually be approved through the city process.
So is there an estimated time frame for that? That's what I'm trying to get at.
Oh,
when is it estimated we would get from picking a developer team to negotiate with to actually having a project that would be approved, which then presumably the next step would be to apply for the necessary funding, and what's the time frame on that? And in other words, what are the steps along the way, and when do we see them happening to this turning into actual housing?
So the dates that, oh, go ahead, Jim.
No, you go ahead.
And just so you know, Jim, I do consider this relevant to the immediate decision, because one of the questions is that this commission's going to have to talk about tonight is whether we're prepared to make a recommendation tonight, whether we want to discuss it again at our November meeting. And I'm trying to understand how much difference, some time makes. So I do believe it's relevant to what we're talking about tonight.
I'm just going to add to what Natalie mentioned. There's not we know the steps, envision the steps. We don't have a specific timeline laid out because it in part could depend on the community kind of input process. And so, but the steps would be after the council selects a development team, then the next step in a process like this that involves city land and a community asset is to enter into an exclusive negotiating agreement, because the development team is then going to spend some considerable more time and money, and they want to know that we're dealing with this one party and not 3 or 4 other ones. But the expectation is that, and that will set forth that will have some expectations about what the community input process is. And so we don't have a specific timeline, but
am I correct that, sorry,
I was just saying, if the council selects a team in December, January, staff and that team would get together and try to execute that ENA as soon as possible. An ENA will usually have at least in my experience, has a 6-month or so period for them to go out in the community, get that input, present back their design to the city, and be able to refine their kind of financial concept. And that's at that point we'd come back to the, normally come back to the city council and present kind of the business deal, if you will, for the site. But it could take 6 months to a year before you're getting to a point that you have a city council saying this is the development and this is the business terms that we are approving for the use of the site.
And can you remind me what's the estimated time frame, assuming there's no injunction issued, to demolish the parking structure and deliver, the land and the condition it needs to be in for somebody to develop on it?
I believe the Public Works Department who's overseeing the demolition is estimating a 6-month to 12-month demolition process.
Yeah. I guess this question, and I appreciate particularly the questions that Vice Chair Hamilton asked, since they were a number of the ones on my list. I just want to see if I understood correctly what I was hearing. Was the city's thinking principally in this that more of these, supportive units, mixed type projects were in the portfolio of EAH than the others? Is that what you were relying on to see deeper experience there, or was it something else? I guess I also, from just reading the materials, it wasn't clear to me what the basis of the decision was between the different groups, and so I listened to the answers to Vice Chair Hamilton, and is that what it is, or is it something else that I'm not understanding?
So, as we stated before, all 3 of the development teams are capable of doing the development, but what put EAH over for the evaluation committee was the collaboration with the property management and supportive services, as well as their experience with larger developments, and also their experience with this permanent supportive housing and blended developments.
And so this is a question that I think already Mr. Spielberg has answered, and I think to some degree Ms. Barascas has, but let me try and put it more sharply. I, like Vice Chair Hamilton, when we get to discussion, are going to want to discuss the concept of in the right places for affordable housing, maximizing the investment on the land we already have, and that potentially means going above what's being discussed here. It sounded like Mr. Spielberg said that he's open to that if the city wants to do that. And I guess my question, Ms. Barascas, is that true for the CCSM team as well, that if the city were to say, we want to go higher, we will kick in the dollars that are necessary to do that? Are you open to doing that?
Yes, we'd be open to that. Our goal was to try to reflect the city's priority of not putting in housing trust fund dollars, but if that priority is now changed and we want to maximize the investment, then we would be willing to work with the city on that.
Yeah, when we get to discussion, there may be some discussion about the world we live in November or October of 2021 versus the world we were in November of 2019. Okay, good. Then the next thing I wanted to ask, and this goes to the city, and then I'm also going to want to hear from both of the developers about this. So this was the one piece of property that people could agree on, that the city land that we were going to go forward with for affordable housing. We now have a housing element that's identified large numbers of city-owned property that we want to move forward on, including property that is literally across the street from what we're talking about here. And so my question is, if we're interested in moving forward on multiple projects, are these projects wedded to this particular one piece of land? Could they be moved over to, could one of them be on 4th and 5th in Arizona or at the something like that? And then what constraints are there from the city's ability to handle supervising this, from the developer's abilities to handle multiple projects at a time, and from financing to our trying to do that? Because if we are going to be serious about trying to carry out what we're talking about in the housing element, we're not going to be able to once every 3 years do a 150 unit project.
Jim, could I hand that to you to answer?
Yeah, try. Commissioner Solf, I heard several questions. The first one, if the question is, has staff looked at or considering this development team and this development on another site, I'm not really prepared to discuss that this evening because that's really not, it's not what's on the agenda, but I also wouldn't have any good information for you, but maybe I misunderstood the question. If you can.
No, we're talking about potentially choosing or recommending, we don't choose anything, recommending the city council going with one project or one development team or another development team. People are being influenced by what they saw in the project and all of that. I share Vice Chair Hamilton's view that it's wonderful to see a number of projects here. And I think that if we're serious as a city in turning our public land into deed restricted affordable housing, we're going to have to think bigger than one at a time. And so I wondered whether from maybe the simple thing is from your capacity point of view, right now with the staffing, which we all know was cut way down due to the COVID and only recently, restored one of the positions. Does the staff right now have the ability to be working on multiple projects on multiple pieces of city land at the same time right now? Maybe that's the question for you. And then for the developers is there projects wedded to this very specific location, or if it was on a piece of 4th and 5th in Arizona, which is another piece of public land that's identified in the housing element, does it transfer, or do we have to go back to sort of square zero to do that? And then what would it mean to have, that could be both capacity to do it, but it also could be these funding sources, whether we're going to all be fighting for the same limited tax credit pool and we're not going to be able to operate that way. So that's what I'm trying to understand. So I think your piece of it is really just, does the city have the ability to deal with multiple projects at once with your staffing right now?
I hear your question. I don't. I think it's not clear to me when those other city sites will become available. It's my understanding it's not like they're going to be in the position, in the next month or two. So I hope to say I think we will have capacity to work on several of city-owned site development, RFPs like this. I'm not sure that's going to be happening in the next couple of months, but I would hope it'll happen as soon as possible.
And I don't know, these may be unfair questions, Mr. Spielberg and Ms. Baraskis, but hopefully you sort of get what I'm trying to understand, which is, if we are going to try and do multiple projects, as you're, for example, doing one, does that impact your ability to do another? Does multiple projects, whether it's you or different affordable housing providers, create a problem for us in terms of financing these? That's what I'm trying to understand.
So I'll go first. I think there's a few questions wrapped into that. So, we're very eager and flexible. So I'm sure if it was a different parcel that we'll craft it slightly different, but, we're still very interested. Could we work side by side with Community Corporation doing one project and EH doing another at the same time? Outside of this meeting, Tara and I are very friendly. I think that we would, love doing projects at the same time, and that wouldn't be an issue. As far as financing the projects, potentially there's the issue with what you just said. If we were both applying to state or tax credit funding at the same time, I think it's highly unlikely that they'd line up so well that they were both applying for the exact same thing at the same time. But each different funding source has a little bit different criteria. So some of them, it would be very possible to get 2 awards at the same time. And others, particularly like we were talking about vouchers, it would be pretty tough to get that many vouchers. So maybe the way the city would want to do it would be to make a family project on one and a supportive housing project on another. I guess there'd be a lot to think through. And then I wasn't sure if this was the third question or not, but I'm going to answer if we would have the capacity to take on, as one company, EH, the capacity to take on 2 projects at once. And if that's the question, then absolutely. We have a staff of local project managers, but we also have a Northern California office that has capacity. And so I'm able to share project managers if needed. We're able to scale up and hire locally if needed. And that's exactly what we love to do. So, if there was an opportunity to do 2 projects across the street from each other in Santa Monica, I'd be thrilled.
Ms. Baraskis, did you want to try and weigh in on my series of questions?
I can try. I agree with Steve that nonprofits are very collaborative, and Steve and I have known each other for a long time, so I don't think there would be any issue collaborating at all. Certainly, I think as developers, we all love the opportunity to develop more than one project, or each or whatever. It's really open and flexible on that point. I think my concern is similar to Steve's in that there really is no money to build any affordable housing. And I know I've shared that concern with all of you already, that we have this RHNA number and we don't have a way to fund the development of those units. So I think that would be more of my question, is the funding capacity to do both projects versus, development capacity.
Right, but these proposals don't call for any city funding. So is the problem that there isn't enough state tax credit funding? Is that what you're saying?
Well, there's enough to do one project, right? But if we were to do 2 projects, I am not sure if there would be enough vouchers. Certainly, we'd want to time the 2 projects so they're not applying for tax credits at the same time, so that Santa Monica can get, try to get the opportunity for more tax credits. So I would definitely say it's a concern, but I think as long as you manage the timing, it could work out just fine.
And then one other question about the funding here. At least the governor has been touting that, $7 billion or something was committed in this last year's budget to homelessness and dealing with that. How is whatever's happened very recently in the budget, if at all, impacted the ways we might be able to fund these projects? And that could be for anybody, the city or the developers.
I guess no one else is answering, so I'll let Tara or even Vice Chair Hamilton fill in where I miss. But there is a lot of money at the state level, and so most of that you do need to bring in some kind of local commitment for, and so a very expensive piece of land donation would leverage those dollars. One thing that is a little bit deceiving is that a lot of that money at the state level is going to go towards projects that previously got commitments from the state but did not get tax credit awards. And so the state is basically backfilling a lot of projects with money instead of getting tax credits for them. So a lot of that funding is going to be eaten up with that.
That's correct. And certainly on an industry level, SCAMP is very closely following any potential new funding sources and actively trying to work on creation of new ones. But as of right now, nothing is in the bag, as they say.
Hi, this is Kathy Head from Kaiser Merson. I just thought I'd jump in for a minute because I'm here. I think another thing about the state funding that's good and has been a positive development recently is the creation by the Housing and Community Development Department of a supernova for the variety of programs except for ASIC, which is nice because historically the problem has been they all have different deadlines and evaluation periods. And so with the supernova now, it will be easier for projects, theoretically, we're hoping, will be easier for projects then to mix and match their funding sources and take advantage of the various HCD programs. So I think that is, I agree with Steve that most of the new money is related to shovel-ready projects that didn't receive tax credits. But I do think the supernova is a good advancement.
Okay, thank you, Chair Buchanan. That's my questions.
Okay. I believe that everyone's had a chance to ask questions. So now we'll enter into discussion. That you, Commissioner Kamner? No.
Scratching my nose. Sorry.
No, it's your, you know how with your background it like flutters. It's hard to tell. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Hilton, do you have anything to say?
Well, regardless, it sounds like we'll achieve 120, 150 affordable units, and it will be our second largest in the city. A larger development could be problematic for the residents. EAH, whether it's options 1 or 2, received the top score. Community Corps' emphasis is family housing, as they've described. They've been a valued city partner. EAH has developed supportive services, housing. EAH has housing experience with the population, and I think that's the difference. So for me, I think we should, as a commission, recommend EAH tonight.
Commissioner Kamner?
Yeah, I wanted to say that I strongly agreed with Vice Chair Hamilton's comments regarding the density of the site. And I believe that Commissioner Soloff also made comments in support of that. So I just wanted to also state my support for additional density and more units on the site, given the scale of the need and the opportunity to invest in more units there. I really appreciated Commissioner Soloff's ideas about developing multiple sites. Whatever way that can happen, or the could be supportive of more development of those sites. I think it makes sense to ask those questions. I also appreciated Vice Chair Hamilton's comments regarding the the closeness in score of the different development teams. And so I guess I'm interested in exploring what meaningful differences that do exist. And I thought Vice Chair Hamilton's questions were helpful in kind of like clarifying what some of those might be. It does sound like the mix of units probably should be in favor of more family size units. That does sound like a need that we have and a goal that we have in our housing element. But I also I don't think I was totally clear from Commissioner Soloff's questions about this, but if there is an opportunity maybe to revisit this question later, I think that's something I would be in favor of doing.
Commissioner Soloff?
Sorry. So let me offer some general observations and then get down to the specific decision. So I think it's important to understand that rather than thinking about height and density and whether there's some state law that compels something or whatever, this is city-owned land that the public has a right to decide what to do on. I can tell you from my own personal experience in the community that when you discuss with people the concept that we want to use our public resources, whether they be land or tax money, et cetera, in the most cost-effective ways, that has generally been my experience, something that people appreciate. And I think that I know that's not the decision tonight. I think it ought to be explored along with people feeling comfortable with what the resulting thing is going to be. In order to make that decision, we need to have an actual understanding of how much more are we going to get and what's it going to cost us to get there. I just did some very back of the envelope calculations though, but even if we assumed it was like $12 million, and I'm looking at what I think was being discussed in the EAH proposal, that you could get another 72 units potentially, and using the configuration option 1 where you have the 31 3-bedrooms, et cetera. That's like that's a cost per bedroom. It would depend what that is. That's much lower than what it would be for us to try and do that somewhere else, whether it be acquisition, rehab, or the not. In order to make the decision, I want some idea of that, but that's the kind of information I think we need to provide to people. I think both groups are talking about something fairly similar. I added up the number of bedrooms. It's 215 in the CCSM project, 210 in option 1 under the EAH. There is a difference between whether there's some studios versus 1 bedrooms, but all of that is, it sounds like there's some flexibility. It sounds like everybody's willing to talk about potentially going higher, but we're not going to know if we're going to do that tonight. I do think, and this is going to come up in some of our other discussions, that in making these decisions and more generally, the city needs to start focusing on what's our overall game plan here and not just simple one-off ad hoc decisions. This got way out in front, because hopefully 2 years ago, but for COVID, this would have happened and we already would have had this project, but we didn't. But now we have a commitment to public land that's much different. And I think it's important that we think about how all of the tools that we have in our toolkit, which is going to include whether we can use the AHPP to generate funding we need, whether there's going to be the public land, what we can leverage in terms of that, and come up with an overall program of how we're going to maximize the results we want, consistent with a community feeling what it is. I'm sitting here today, and just, whether the families are here today or not, we're talking about having a right of return in this city, or we've already created that preference and the like. There's clearly going to be a need for a mix of units, but none of that, in my mind, really differentiates the projects here. I probably, unless I heard some strong reason why it was wrong, I never like, this has been my view for the almost 7 years I've been on this commission, to try and make important decisions, just getting it without hearing people's talking about it and distinguishing it. So I would be okay if we were to choose to think more about what we're going to say here till November. And obviously I want to hear what people have to say, and I'm particularly interested in what Vice Chair Hamilton has to say, because I, for one, actually do value his real world experience in this area. But, as of right now, I think there's also a process and whatever, and the question of whether, there's enough of a difference, no matter how you look at this, to not simply say if this is where staff came down through their process, to stick with it. So I guess I'm being very honest about where I am right now and thinking about this, want to hear what some others have to say. But I also want to figure out how we can get to moving more of these projects going forward at the same time. So
I have something that I would like to say. First, and this is just a general comment about when thinking of the makeup of the building, the types of units, whether they be single, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom. It has been my experience that when there are single units, the push is to house people coming off the streets, people in lower income brackets into those units, because, hey, they're coming from the streets, they should be grateful for, having a roof over their head. And for that reason, I really don't like the idea of having single units in this building. Single units can present problems for people who have been living on the streets by the simple fact that they're so small. And some of these people will be adjusting to living indoors for the first time in many years. And so to be put into a really small confined space could be problematic. My second comment has just escaped me. So I will stop for right now, and if I can think of it, I will speak up again. Oh, now I remember. I am still having trouble understanding exactly what the difference in these two teams is that led to the city choosing EAH. I know there was something about collaborating with the service provider. What was the difference there in that? Because most buildings where there is a property manager and then there's a service provider, there has to be collaboration. It's not successful without collaboration, because the landlord, hopefully will go to the service provider if there's an issue with the tenant, that before actually taking any action. So I'm confused as to what that difference was.
I'll try to address that. Natalie has mentioned some things. I'll put it into my words. EAH, the scale of this type of development is not something that Community Corp has traditionally done. They have done smaller developments, 30 to 50 units, just historically. EAH has done these scale of developments. So that was one aspect of it. Another aspect of EAH has experience and a history doing supportive housing developments, and that also is not an arena that an experience that Community Corp has when you're comparing those two entities. Another piece was what Natalie, what we've been trying to explain, is that EAH did a great job explaining their philosophy of property management, of tenant services to all, of tenant services to supportive services, and how on one hand they need to be well integrated in order to serve both the goals of the property owner as well as the tenants. There is also an aspect where the services to the tenants needs to really be kind of in some sense, I like to use the word advocacy. There are different perspectives. If you're the property owner, you have a perspective. If you are a household that is struggling with living in that situation, what you need is a support and advocacy to do that. And so they also took, EAH also took care in explaining how, although they're integrated, there's also a separation of those two roles, and there can be tension to the extent the support services, tenant services side is supporting that household to remain housed in that building, and not just dealing with it as hey, this is a problem, they need to go somewhere else. So they just did a good job. The committee felt they did a great job in explaining and elaborating on their philosophy and how they would put that into practice. So that was one difference. And one other difference was their elaboration about the community input process and how they would go forward with that in phases. And so, as folks have said, I will recap and come back to all of the top three. The top three development teams were all considered that they could do this development. They were all qualified to do the development. It was a matter of, and they're all close. It was a matter of picking one, and or in concert with acknowledging the strengths that one may have over the other two. And so that's the best way we can explain it. We've tried to explain it in different ways. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you.
Jim, this is Chair Hamilton. So I want to get some clarification on something you said. So, and I'd also, if it's appropriate, would like to hear Ms. Baruskas's comments on what was said. But before that, it sounds like on one hand, all of these, the two developers are both qualified and able to do this scale of or this development. I mean, that's been said a couple times, but it sounds like one developer has more experience in a larger scale project and has more experience in these types of development. So it sounds like one is like their statement was made that they're both qualified, but it sounds like you believe one is more qualified than the other based on these based on track record.
Yes, I'll say one more thing, and then I'll invite Kathy Head, who is our real estate economics consultant in this field for decades, to see if she has anything to add. Both the commission, when they originally recommended to council that this site should be developed with affordable housing, as well as the council when they directed staff to put out a proposal, both said we want a significant component of this, of the development of affordable housing needs to be supportive housing. And when you're comparing EAH to Community Corp, that's where EAH has experience in that area.
But both are proposed. It's kind of like when you have a permanent supportive housing project in a mixed income population like this, it's almost like you have one smaller project embedded in a larger project, and they're managed differently, and they have each of the different populations managed differently. The people's concern is going to be focused on the 50 permanent supportive housing units. And so you really do have like a smaller project embedded within a larger project in terms of how this is managed. But both are proposing the exact same number of permanent supportive housing projects. So I think the analysis should be, do both of these developers have experience managing 50-unit permanent supportive housing properties? Is that that seems like a fair question to ask. Have you looked at that, Mr. Kemper?
Well, yes, that's what I'm sorry if I was not clear saying. EAH has experience developing, owning, and operating supportive housing compared to Community Corp. Kathy, I just want to invite you. Is there another way to explain what some of these nuances were, and is something I'm missing?
Sure. No, I'm happy to add my 2 cents. I was on the evaluation committee, so I participated in all the meetings. I think it's important, and everybody's sort of mentioning that the two are qualified. I'd actually say the 3 finalists were all qualified, and any of the 3 could be selected successfully. So what it came down to, and you've all seen the points. I mean, they were very close. I think one thing that's important to understand is that there were, 10 people on the evaluation committee, 7 to 10 people on the evaluation committee, and everybody scored. So every member of the evaluation committee, and they came from multiple disciplines within the city, and so they all came from different perspectives on what was, their area of expertise. So, for example, I don't talk about design because it's not my area of expertise. And so we reached a consensus among the group, in some ways for different reasons. Because as I said, the multiple disciplines that were represented had things that they were just understood better and felt strongly about. And at the end of the day, while I will say it again, all 3 are qualified and all 3 could be successful, EAH nosed ahead. And it was a consensus decision of the group. I think, yes, I agree that it's a question of sort of a project within a project on the PSH question. But I think it's also a question of the total size of the project. And so the 120 to 150 units being proposed by EAH was clearly superior to the 106 being offered by Abode. And the same, you know, the 120 obviously matches, the Community Corp obviously matches it, and has said they would be willing to build a larger project. So I don't know that that's a demerit, but I would say that EAH does have more experience with larger projects. Again, I just have to say it again, and all three are qualified. I mean, we wouldn't be suggesting failing any of the three teams.
Can I ask a question about the committee that did the scoring?
Sure.
You said that there were people from all walks or all in the city. Was there anyone who had lived experience, who lived in affordable housing, who had been homeless, who on that committee? Or were they all employees of the city?
It was city staff. It was folks from planning and zoning, from public works, from city attorney's office, finance, housing division, was then housing division, what was then the human services division. I don't know about my colleagues, you know, past experience, whether they have lived experience with
but it was
homeless or not. But it was city staff as well as our real estate economics consultant, Kathy Head, who's here tonight. And, you know, again, it was the committee spent a lot of time and a lot of discussion. The job is to, at the end of the day, you know, make a recommendation. And that's kind of where the commission is. The commission, you have three choices. Right, your role is to make an advisory recommendation, if you want to city council. You can make an advisory recommendation supporting what the staff is recommending, number one. Number two, the commission can make an advisory recommendation of an alternative, you know, recommending council an alternative selection, or the housing commission can make no advisory recommendation at all. That I believe are your three choices in this type of context.
But it doesn't have to be done tonight, correct? We could, or does it? I think that's.
Oh, Jim, you're on mute.
Not on one part of my screen. Thank you though. It's showing two microphones for me. We are planning to go, and council is expecting us to go on December 14th. We've been telling the community and council since earlier this year that we would go before the end of the year to council. If the commission wants more time to, and the lead in to the council, of course, is a staff report, and it normally needs to be done about a month before that. And so if the commission does not feel it's ready to make a decision tonight, what I would suggest and ask you to think about is you're going to meet either later this month or very early in November, because if you meet your traditional third Thursday in November, which is November
18th.
Yeah, that, November 18th, we're getting pretty close to finalizing our recommendation. It creates a lot of, it makes it very difficult to stay on the timeline that we're trying to meet to put this project forward. And as folks have mentioned, but for the pandemic, we would have been having this discussion a year ago. So, and the housing is needed. And I guess the last thing I'll say is a rhetorical question. Yeah, the commission to ask themselves what we don't have any more information that can be provided as part of this process. And so I should ask yourself, what other information that you would need or want in order to make your recommendation or decide not to?
And I have another question. Maybe it's a point of order. So given that I live in a community core building and that I am on their resident council, should I recuse myself from the vote?
I'm not an attorney, but I mean, ideally, that's something you could check with the city attorney's office. It probably is safer, I guess, in that context that you don't. If the commission is going to make some kind of take some kind of vote tonight, I guess.
But I recuse myself.
I would suggest it is.
Yeah.
That would be.
That was my thought. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hans.
Yeah. Well, I think, as has been said, you know, all of the top 3 projects look really great, and we have some really competent, experienced teams here. I think all of which would bring a needed housing and replacement of a parking structure we don't need in the downtown. So really thrilled to see the proposals that have been brought forward. Given how close the scoring was, as has been mentioned, and the kind of back and forth about the differences between the team don't seem super significant to me. So when, you know, I know we're not judging the projects tonight because those will be shaped through process after that. But I guess the way that I would consider the teams is kind of based on the projects that they brought forward. And the distinguishing features of those. And I think I'm leaning towards the Community Core Metropolitan Pacific proposal, largely because of the multi-bedroom focus. That's been such a priority that I can remember coming up over and over and over again in just about every housing related meeting at Planning Commission and at Council for the past 10 years. How do we find a way to house more families, provide more affordable housing for families in the city? I think this is a really critical location in the downtown, and I love the unit mix here. I also really like the design of the project. I think that kind of open air sunshine setup puts together a really great space. It's not housing related, but I do love the concert venue and bowling. I think that would be a really cool thing to have right in the heart of our downtown there. A Sprouts would be great too. So would love that as well. But we do have 2 other grocery stores that'll be active in the downtown. So I think having something that's a live music venue would be pretty cool. And having a bowling venue after I think the bowling location over on Pico set to close here eventually.
It is.
Yeah, has it already? Yeah. Geez. Well, for those reasons, that's why I'm leaning towards the Community Core proposal. I think agree with others that if there's a way to add more height here to make and to make it pencil for the projects that would give us more units on city-owned land, I would be very supportive of that. But yeah, overall, just really thrilled with the proposals that have come forward and excited to see this move ahead. But yeah, my vote would be that we recommend the Community Core and Metropolitan Pacific proposal.
Commissioner Soloff?
I just wanted to say a couple of process things. Number one, I don't want to try and derail the city council considering this issue in December. And so for me, the issue would be if people felt they wanted more time to think about this. And or anything else would be either try and make it a meeting happen just on that so that it could be included in the report, or understand that the city staff will give a report and we would have to, just send a follow-up letter with whatever it is. But what would be totally unacceptable to me is delaying this project any further than it's already been delayed through unfortunate circumstances. And as to your question about recusal, and I don't know about anybody else here either, I just note that my recollection is of our bylaws, also talk about whether it appeared to be that way. I think it ultimately would come down probably to your decision in part, Commissioner Buchanan, although listening to what you said, but I will note that the one experience we once had was, and that was a different one, where we had a commissioner who sat on the board of CCSM, and she did recuse herself when it had to do with how city resources were going to be used, whether they would go to CCSM or to other resources. But you're in a slightly different position. So I just wanted to add those procedural points.
Yeah, I understand how important appearance is, though, so most likely be recusing. Anyone else? Commissioner Hilton?
I'd like to clarify my comments about SROs. Is we have single units in our AHPP developments, 550 to 700 square feet. They're very comfortable. My concern about 3 bedrooms is that there's very few 5 to 7 person households. And it's EAH, the top score that's proposed fewer 2 and especially 3 bedroom residences. Community Core tonight is proposing more larger units. But I'll propose a motion, if you'd like, supporting EAH.
If you want to make a motion, you are welcome to make a motion.
Well, the reason I think we should motion is if we carry this item over, we'll be repeating much of what's been said tonight, and we'll probably have to have the same presentations as well. So here's my motion. The Housing Commission, having discussed city-owned land for affordable housing and specifically parking structure 3 located at 1318 4th Street, concurs with the Development Evaluation Committee's findings that among the 7 proposals, EAH Incorporated, in collaboration with the People Concerned Supportive Services, is the most experienced and qualified affordable housing proposal, and recommends that our City Council authorize an exclusive negotiating agreement with EAH for the development of the city parcel.
Is there a second? So the motion dies due to lack of second.
This is Chair Hamilton. I'd like to make a brief comment.
Okay.
I unfortunately do need to recuse myself from the question as to which developer will be chosen or recommended by the Housing Commission. I have very good and positive experience with all 3 of these finalists, particularly with EAH and with CCSM. We have worked and collaborated together on other projects, and I think both of these developers do great work. They both have their strengths, unique strengths. I think that, perhaps it's a point of order, but, as I recuse myself from an up or down vote on either of these projects, I would like to, after at some point make a motion that we encourage the city and the developer to work together to look at all available options to increase the height and the number of units in whatever project is chosen. So that's why, that's why I wasn't a second to that proposal, was not to be ambivalent about EAH, but because I'm going to be recusing myself.
Can I second Vice Chair Hamilton's motion about the height?
Well, the first motion was off the table for no second, so yes. Do we have a second? Is there any discussion? Commissioner Sola?
So could the motion please be restated? And I guess for me, the relevant metric is not units. I think that's a false way of looking at things that the state has foisted upon people. We're here about trying to serve people. A 3-bedroom unit is 1 unit, but it serves a lot more people than a single unit. And so if we're going to have in our motion something about looking at how we can, more maximize it, I would offer that as a possible friendly amendment, but I'm not quite sure exactly what your motion is. So if you could restate it.
I'd like to make a motion that whatever proposal is chosen, that the developer work with planning staff to maximize the number of individuals housed in the development, either through unit count or bedroom count.
So my only concern is maximize. It depends what we have to pay to do it. So I obviously, since I've said it enough times, support the idea that we ought to understand what we can get and how that compares to the alternatives of the use of our money. So maybe something in the most cost-effective manner or something like that. If that was added in there, I could support it.
So is that your friendly amendment?
It's discussion and it's up to the maker and the seconder what they want to do with it. But I, just the metric of maximizing without considering what it would cost us to do it. And
right. Well, I think that it really depends on, the rent levels of the individuals that they do want to house. That's going to influence it. But it sounded like, based on the comments of both developers, that in either case, to go higher than what was proposed would require a change in building type and a much higher construction cost, and it would entail some investment from the city. I think, and
right,
no matter how you look at it. So I think you can't really have one without the other. You can't ask for greater height or more individuals housed without the inherent need for some additional city subsidy.
I completely agree with you. Just to be clear what my point is, if, for example, the cost of doing this because of the change in construction type meant it would be more expensive to add height to this building than to go find another piece of land somewhere else, or combine it with an offsite project that a private developer wants to do, then it doesn't make sense to take our limited funds and put it here. If in fact putting our funds here would get us, because we already have the land here and because there's always already going to be a construction crew and all of those other kinds of things, make it more cost effective. That's what I mean is I understand we'd have to spend, but it's opportunity cost. What are the other ways we could spend that same money, and how many, in my mind, bedrooms would we get for that in alternative things? That's more generally when we get to some other discussions, I'd like to see more, and we've tried to push for more of this kind of comparative thought as opposed to just looking at things in silos.
Right. I accept the friendly motion. I think that what we're really signaling both to the city and to the developer is that we want more height. We want more importantly, we want more individuals housed in this location. Height and density are at their disposal on how they come about doing that. The other issue is, we're also signaling to the city and the developer that we want them to be as creative as possible in how these additional units are financed. My thinking is developers are typically pretty ingenious in how they finance projects. There's a number of different ways for them to approach this, either through direct city subsidy or through, condoizing the project so that, the upper floors have a different ownership structure and sort of a different population. There's some potential ways for them to go about doing this, and I'll leave it up to the developer to determine the best and the cheapest way to do it. So I accept your friendly motion, your friendly amendment.
Leonora, Commissioner Camner?
I accept it.
All right, any further discussion? All right, so we'll take a vote. Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Soloff?
Yes.
Commissioner Hilton?
No.
Commissioner Camner?
Yes.
Commissioner Camner?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now.
Okay.
Vice Chair Hamilton?
Yes.
And I missed anyone? My vote on this, since it's not specific to either development team, is yes. So the motion passes 5-1. My math correct?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So to what staff is asking us to do, what do we want to?
I think Commissioner Hanson's trying to be recognized.
Commissioner Hanson. Sorry, it's a little.
Yeah, it's hard to see in these tiny squares for sure. I was going to see if try a motion that the Housing Commission recommend that the council support moving forward with Community Core and Metropolitan Pacific for the development of this site.
Do we have a second? No second? All right, so that motion dies due to lack of a second. kind of at a loss as to what to do now, Jim. Commissioner Hand.
I'm wondering, like, could we, and I guess this is a procedural question for Jim, could we narrow it down to like our top two and add our suggestions and thoughts to that, or what's possible?
I mean, I think so. I mean, the agenda item is presentation, discussion, and possible action regarding advisory recommendation to City Council regarding the selection of a development team for the city-owned property at. So whatever your advisory recommendation is about the selection of a team.
I have a question. With so many people on the commission recused from this vote, do we even have a quorum remaining, or does that not work
Yes.
like
that? There's still 4 of us.
Still 4.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, the meeting would have to end once there's no longer 4 commissioners at you, because you have a 7-member commission. You always have to have 4 members present to even be meeting. It's not a matter of like a quorum of the people present. You always have to have 4 people to even hold this meeting. 4 commissioners, sorry, to hold this meeting.
Commissioner Sola?
Yeah, just on that, we have 6 commissioners here. We have a quorum. It's only a question of whether we have the votes to pass anything about this agenda item. To me, there are really only 2 courses forward. We could, if people don't want to discuss this further in the future or see that it's likely to make any difference, which it may not be given that there are only 4 of us here and whatever else. So unless people wanted to do that in the alternative, I guess I would move that we simply, or I don't even know if we need to move, but that we just, staff will pass on, and the Housing Commission did not take a position. We can make that a motion to not take a position, or we can simply not act, which will be reported the same way.
Well, I have a question. If our recommendation about the height is incorporated with that, maybe that would affect the recommendation that we make about the development team.
I'm sorry, at least I didn't understand what the point you were trying to make.
I'm just saying that, we just voted to make a recommendation to change the project pretty substantially. So just based on that, I'm wondering, does it even make sense to make a recommendation on the development team, given that this commission recommended like a very different project? So,
well, we didn't recommend a different project. We recommended that whoever the development team was, that they take into consideration our recommendation about height and density. The project has yet to have been developed, and that will, be vetted out over time, and that recommendation that we just made, hopefully will be.
Right. I just think the recommendation.
I just want to add,
just the nature.
Yeah, I want to add, to be clear, right? There is no agenda item regarding asking the commission what type of development would you want at that site. It is about whether or not you want to make an advisory recommendation to council about the selection of a development team for that property develop it. So in the motion that was made, because it was saying because it's saying whatever development team is selected, we would also advise to consider this. That's okay, but I would steer away from any motion that is not specifically tied to giving direction about development teams.
So it sounds well. Based on that, it sounds like we should either make a recommendation of one or both, and to not and take an action in the affirmative, as opposed to not making a recommendation at all.
I agree with that. I think it wouldn't look good if we didn't do anything. Commissioner Hanson?
I'm going to try another motion. What if the motion were the Housing Commission recommends that the council consider either, let's see. So let me see how it works. So either EAH or Community Corps' proposals, and that they prioritize the production of multi-unit, or sorry, what's the word I'm looking for? Not SRO, multi-room units, multi-room units.
Family size?
Family size. They prioritize family housing for families.
I think that's slightly more prescriptive than the original motion. I think we asked for a proposal to increase the number of individuals housed, and that could be based on the site and the architectural requirements. Could require they could potentially put more rooms through a greater mixture, so we could have 3 beds and studios, whatever configuration they need to make within the project to increase the number of people housed. I would rather have that be the metric than to be prescriptive about the unit size, because we want to give them as much flexibility as possible.
But we also are not recommending to council that they accept either EHA or Community Corps' proposals. The recommendation is that they choose either EHA or Community Corps as the development team for the city-owned property at 1318 4th Street.
Correct.
Right. They choose either, but they have the Housing Commission saying, we want your choice to follow the developer that can house the most people at the site.
So is that the motion? Is it ready for a second?
That's a friendly.
Okay. So I'll second that.
All right, any discussion, further discussion? Commissioner Hilton, anything to say?
It's the second part of the motion I can't support because it changes the design and potential costs, and it's the developer that can, with community input, that can do that later. What we're being asked tonight is to choose the one that has the most experience with the community.
Commissioner Sola?
We can take a vote, but I don't think I've been clear about what my view is. So let me try and make it clear again, because I'm not sure we're going to get anywhere with all of this. My view is that this commission should express its opinion when it has some basis for telling the city council something, and for saying that, and particularly if what we're saying is not what staff is saying, that we have some basis for doing that. I haven't heard enough tonight that leads me to feel like I'm in a position to tell them something that they aren't going to know. So that's why I'm not going to be supporting any recommendation from the Housing Commission on this developer, because which one we choose, because I don't feel like I have something to say that, based on what I know, that is superior to what the information they're already going to be getting is. In terms of what our goals are, which was Commissioner Hamilton's motion, whether it be in this context or one of the other things that we're doing, I fully support. but the staff's made a recommendation to us. We'd have to have a basis for saying that their recommendation is wrong. I'm not prepared to do that. I'm not prepared to say that it's right. So that's why I can't get to a recommendation. So no matter how we word the motions, that's my position. So that to me leads to either we're not going to have the votes to reach a recommendation, which could either lead to, if people think that there's some value to our having further discussion about it, I'm open to that, or simply letting it pass along. Anyway, I just want to be clear about what I'm saying, or at least try to be. I'm not sure I've succeeded, but I'm trying hard to be as clear as possible.
Well, given that we don't have enough votes to pass a motion regarding a recommendation, is that something that can be officially stated in the record that we? I mean, how would we, because of two who recused themselves of the remaining four, there was not a consensus?
I believe there's a way that we could put that in the staff report to City Council. Jim, is that your thoughts too?
Yeah, I was going to ask just or say what I'm hearing and see if there's a consensus among the commission that yes, that's what they're saying. What I'm hearing is the commission decided not to make an advisory recommendation regarding the selection of the development team. However, the commission does want to make its recommendation known that because this is a city-owned site, that has the potential to produce a lot of affordable housing, you would like whatever development instructions that are given the staff and development team to maximize the number of persons that could be housed. Is that that's what I'm trying to understand, is what ultimately is the input you're trying to provide to council? Is it to maximize the number of people that can be housed? That's what I'm hearing.
That was a motion previously.
And I believe it was in a cost-effective manner as well, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay.
So, Michael, I'm sorry if I missed this, but are you proposing that we come back and meet again in order to make a recommendation, or will we, just basically not make a recommendation, and that's what council will, that's the feedback they'll receive from the Housing Commission?
Yeah, I think so. Let me try and break it down pieces. I don't think saying we made no recommendation is correct. That would mean a vote of 4 people saying to make no recommendation. We could take votes if we want to do that. I'm just judging from the motions that have been put forward. I'm not sure that that's true. I think no consensus is the accurate description of what I've heard tonight. We have heard one commissioner motioning to recommend EAH. I heard another commissioner motioning to recommend CCSM, and you've heard me say I'm not in a position or I'm not willing, based on what I know here, to make the recommendation opposed to that. So I think no consensus would be the accurate way to state it. And then I think.
Sorry, go.
Sorry, then as to your next question about, I'm open because, there's a lot of information here and possibly thinking about it and talking further with people, perhaps even further with the 2 development teams. Maybe I would come to a view that I had enough of a basis that I was willing to say, I really think that it should be one or the other. But that's really a question of whether others think that's a valuable use of our our time or not. I'm always willing to do those kinds of things. It's not a guarantee that we would get there since we're at the knife's edge here, obviously, because there are only 4 people who can vote. And if any one person disagrees, then we're not going to get anywhere, which makes me wonder about how valuable a commitment that is. But I do think this is important. And so I'm perfectly willing to do that. But if it's tonight, there's no consensus tonight other than exactly what we said, that the sense of the commission is that whoever gets selected, the city and they work to maximize the number of people who can be housed on this site and in a cost-effective manner. Did that clarify anything for you, Vice Chair Hamilton?
I think so. Yeah. I think it's we're kind of getting into the semantics of it, but I think we could say, I think in terms of like the perception of what the Housing Commission is actually trying to speak to, we could either not make a motion and just let, the staff's recommendation be what is presented to council, and with a note that the Housing Commission didn't take a position on it. I would think that the staff recommendation would have a greater weight to it in terms of its perception to council. I think that you're right. Right now we can't make a recommendation for any one developer, and I don't see that changing because I can't, but we're still going to have 2 recusals, and I don't see opinions changing in the near term. So we're really locked into 2 choices. One is to choose to not vote on it and let the staff report kind of stand, and I think there may be a vote, or we could probably get something passed where we recommend both, but we can't recommend one or the other for the reasons that you just laid out, and so we have a chance to either not make a recommendation or recommend both. And I can't be the maker of the motion, I don't think, but if someone else wants to make a motion to recommend both, we can see if there's a second to that.
Well, Commissioner Hanson basically made that recommendation.
Not to make.
I thought he recommended. Yes.
Not to make the same recommendation again to endorse both, but I mean maybe there's a way that accomplishes what you were just saying, Vice Chair Hamilton, and meets what Commissioner Soloff was saying, in that staff could report back that the Housing Commission was unable to reach consensus. There was a motion made to support the EAH proposal that wasn't able to reach consensus. There was a motion made to support the community core proposal that wasn't able to reach, that didn't pass, and then a number of commissioners recused themselves. So essentially just an honest reporting of the discussion tonight that reflects not an endorsement of the staff recommendation, because we didn't feel like we had enough information for that and we were conflicted, but a real reflection of the different opinions that the commission had.
Okay.
Well, I mean, earlier I suggested that we basically say that, there were 6 commissioners present, 2 recused themselves, and the remaining 4 were not able to reach a consensus. And therefore I think that shows that we took all the time that we did to discuss this, and that we deliberated, and that, those are the reasons that we did not reach consensus. We do not have a recommendation.
So I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion that that the commission requests that staff reflect in the staff report that there were 6 commissioners present, that 2 recused themselves. The remaining 4 commissioners were unable to reach a consensus on this item, but that there was a 5-to-1 vote that whichever development team is selected, that they work with the city to maximize the number of people who can be housed on this site in a cost-effective manner. If we need to give instruction, I think that just put into a motion what you just said. If you want to just tell Jim that's what you'd like it to say, I'm perfectly happy to trust that too.
Yeah, I mean, I'll second that. That's what I would like to say. Do we need to vote?
I don't think you're. I don't know. It depends whether people feel we need a formal statement like that, or it's enough to have just said that. Jim, that's what will be in the report.
Sorry, can you repeat it, the final language again?
Yes, that we're directing staff to put into its report that there were 6 commissioners present. 2 of them recused themselves from voting on the recommendation of a particular development team. The remaining 4 commissioners did not reach a consensus, but that the commission did vote with all 5-to-1 in favor of that whatever development team is selected by council, that they work with the city to maximize the number of people who can be housed on this site in a cost-effective manner.
I will second that.
Any further discussion? All right, take a vote. Commissioner Hilton.
Dave.
Commissioner Hanson.
Yes.
Commissioner Soloff.
Yes.
Commissioner Camner.
Yes.
Vice Chair Hamilton.
Yes.
And I vote yes. So it passes 5-to-1. Five yeses and 1 abstention. All right. It looks like we are done with that. Now we move on to action item B, proposed revisions to the 21-22 administrative plan. And we have one or two people presenting. Is Anna the?
Yes, Anna Topolewski will be
Yes.
presenting this item.
All right, Anna, take it away.
All right. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. I'm here tonight to talk to you about a few proposed changes to the Housing Authority's administrative plan. First, we're proposing to add a chapter to the admin plan that details the regulations for implementing the Emergency Housing Voucher Program, or EHV program. As you know, in June, the Housing Authority was awarded 104 emergency housing vouchers intended to reduce street homelessness in Santa Monica. These vouchers are targeted to people experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness, people fleeing domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, stalking, or human trafficking, and recently homeless persons for whom providing rental assistance will prevent further homelessness and increase housing stability. The referrals for these vouchers will come from LAHSA through the coordinated entry system. Because this is an emergency program, the goal is to quickly issue the vouchers and move these folks into housing with the intention of reducing or removing barriers for these applicants. The implementation portion includes some waivers of regular housing choice voucher policy so that we can really streamline that process.
Where the Housing Authority had options, the least restrictive policy allowed by HUD was chosen. That again, additionally to reduce some of those barriers. Once these vouchers are leased up, the EHV are, they transition to regular Section 8 vouchers and are bound by the same regulations that housing choice vouchers or Section 8 vouchers are under. The second proposed change addresses the housing needs of longer-term residents at risk of losing housing. So it adds language that strengthens the compliance with the use of our existing wait lists when property owners are approved for project-based vouchers. And it ensures that project-based voucher applications are consistent with prioritizing those longer-term Santa Monica residents who have become rent burdened. And finally, the third proposed change adds language to clarify that current Housing Authority policy allows COC voucher holders to lease at rent levels at or below the exception payment standard. So this is not a change to our Housing Authority policy. We're just clarifying that language in the admin plan because we've been getting some questions about that. So I know that was quick after the last item, but that's the summary of the changes.
So we will move to public comment first. I know there were at least a couple of people. Anonymous, number 1.
Denise Barton.
Hi, Denise. Did you want to speak on item 3B?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Good evening. Regarding the administrative plan, shouldn't the wait list be coded to protect people's privacy and identity and still be transparent to the public? Because now no one can figure it out. And would affordable housing tenants be being put at a disadvantage since the executive director of the Housing Authority, City Manager David White, has no list of job descriptions per a records request? Or what about the position of housing manager being eliminated for a year and a half now? Or a landlord liaison for the affordable housing tenants? Or what about an ADA coordinator who has an inventory of accessible units to prioritize for disabled tenants who need them per the 2020 Assessment for Fair Housing? And in that assessment, wasn't the Housing Authority found to be lacking in supportive services, especially for the disabled? Well, here we are a year later, and nothing has changed. Just so you understand why I say it looks good on paper, you probably take the money for it, but yet supportive services are non-existent to affordable housing tenants in Santa Monica. Then when it was the last time the Housing Authority did an audit of the affordable housing units in Santa Monica? Don't you want to make sure that they are occupied by or available to affordable housing tenants? Of course, including deed-restricted units? And as I've said previously, the Santa Monica Housing Authority does not want the voices of affordable housing tenants to be heard, which can be seen through the farce of the Residents Advisory Board, making it look like it's being manipulated from the inside by the Housing Authority. So the real problems affordable housing tenants in Santa Monica have can't be heard, as well as to create a false image. I say this because the RAB representative on the Housing Authority Board do not return emails, have a contact phone number for people like me who don't do email due to my disability or have meetings. On the subject of RAB meetings, isn't it the Housing Authority's responsibility for providing a meeting area, considering how scattered affordable housing tenants are within the city, as well as providing computers, phones, and fax to communicate with the RAB members? And would this be seen as negligence of duty by the Housing Authority? In ending, I would ask that the Housing Authority staff answer and address the question of, what is the benefits of using the exception payment standard of 2016 as opposed to opting into using small area SMRs, which tailor to each zip code? Wouldn't a tailored payment system by zip code offer a wider variety of units instead of affordable housing tenants being pushed into low rent parts of the city, which goes against fair housing practices? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. Hello, this is also an anonymous. Did you want to speak on item 3B? Okay, we'll move on. Phone number ending in 4051.
Yes.
You want to speak on item 3B?
Yes, I do. This is Teresa Marasco.
Okay.
Good evening, Council and Santa Monica Housing Authority staff. Again, I am a Section 8 housing voucher recipient and a RAB member. And I am opposed to any finalization or approval of the annual and administrative plan until the time that the RAB can actually meet. The RAB has had no opportunity to meet or organize to respond collectively regarding the annual and administrative plans, which do not include the voices of over 1,500 voucher holders in the city. To include, people with project-based vouchers never even received any notification about the RAB or received any notification about the comment period on the administrative plan. After 14 years, the RAB was finally created in May of 2021. 2 RAB representatives were appointed by the Santa Monica City Council in June of 2021. I requested information on how to contact the RAB representatives in and or about July 7, 2021, but email addresses were not created for those 2 RAB members until August 30th of 2021. I requested several times via email that Santa Monica Housing Authority assist with scheduling a Zoom meeting for all RAB members to meet with the newly appointed RAB representatives, Donna Brown and Elizabeth Cochran, to discuss the upcoming annual plan, but the Santa Monica Housing Authority never responded to that request. I also emailed Donna Brown and Elizabeth Cochran several times requesting to speak with them, but they never responded to me. RAB members should be able to meet quarterly and discuss the annual and administrative plans coming up each year and all housing issues, concerns, or changes recommended by the greater number of active RAB members should be Section 8 voucher holders. Even though email addresses were provided by the City of Santa Monica for the newly appointed RAB representatives, again, Donna Brown and Elizabeth Cochran, they have not responded to my emails requesting to speak with them about the annual administrative plan, and therefore I request that the annual and administrative plans are not approved before the 75-day review period conducted by HUD and the annual plan. I request that HUD does not approve the annual and administrative plans until the RAB has had an opportunity to meet. That meeting should take place no later than 10 days after the annual plan is submitted to HUD and would be during the 75-day HUD review period to approve or disapprove the plan. The RAB needs to submit comments that include a collective voice. Example of urgent needs that need to be discussed with the RAB: disparity of treatment of all subsidized tenants, preferential treatment as to who gets housing, subsidized or housing, or who gets rehoused, disparity in treatment of lower income disabled persons and older females who need to have a voice to speak about fair housing rights being violated, to advise the RAB to address within the annual plans each year. There is no real informal review process for Section 8 voucher holders to have issues addressed by the Santa Monica Housing Authority. There is a lack of transparency in affordable or subsidized housing in the city of Santa Monica. There's preferential treatment about who gets housing here. The Santa Monica Housing Authority needs to make available a comprehensive list of all shelters, project-based housing, deed-restricted tax credit, and/or affordable housing units in the city. The City and County of San Diego publishes such a list for public access. Santa Monica can easily publish a list like San Diego. The City of Santa Monica also needs to publish wait lists for Section 8 CCSM, affordable and deed-restricted or tax credit properties. The Cochise County in Arizona publishes such a list. It would be simple for Santa Monica to do the same. There is no landlord liaison. There are known problems with habitability issues, harassment of long-term tenants, and source of income discrimination. against subsidized tenants when applying for rental units. There are numerous stories in the news documenting the harassment and uninhabitable conditions of entire buildings here in Santa Monica. The city is well aware of the problems, but does not have funds to protect tenants. Specifically, the Consumer Protection Unit, overseen by Attorney Gary Rhodes, has not responded to numerous complaints as indicated that the city of Santa Monica does not have the funding to go after bad landlords. Legal aid cannot take legal action against landlords and will not represent subsidized tenants in any dispute or action needed regarding the Santa Monica Housing Authority. Due to the lack of representation for low-income or subsidized tenants, there is a need for HUD-experienced legal advisor advocates to comprehensively advise them of their rights and to guide and represent them in any informal review or state hearing is provided for. And I'm sorry, I don't have the full title. There's also a need for an ADA coordinator who does not have conflicts with tenants.
Your time is up, so can you finish your thought, please?
That is all.
All right, thank you. Phone number ending in 2271. Did you want to?
Yes, this is Olga Zurawska. First, I wanted to say that I'm having a deja vu experience right now because I have almost exactly the same things to say about the administrative plan as I did last year. And I have the feeling that just like last year, it doesn't really matter what I say, as this process is meaningless. It's a bureaucratic exercise in futility that public input has no influence on. The plan is rubber stamped every year, and the public input has no bearing on how the Santa Monica Housing Authority operates. The listed goals remain the same without any progress to meet them year after year. My colleague Michael Lewis and I submitted an extensive written comment that I hope the staff will respond to in writing. In general, I would like to say that I object to the plan in its entirety being approved by HUD on the grounds that the Housing Authority has not allowed for it to go through a valid RAB process in violation of HUD guidelines, which spell out the PHA responsibilities towards the RAB. The Housing Authority has refused to assist the RAB in organizing a meeting where members could have a meaningful collective discussion and decision-making process regarding the plan. Additionally, the Housing Authority has misled the RAB and other subsidized housing tenants by sending out a letter which stated that the Housing Authority was eliciting comments regarding the proposed amendments only, as opposed to the entire plan. The Santa Monica RAB was never informed that they had the opportunity to comment on the entire administrative plan. Now, just to mention some of the concerns that are in the written comments. Well, the Housing Authority claims that there are two RAB representatives on the Housing Authority board, Elizabeth Cochran and Donna Brown, but those people do not respond to email communications, and email is the only form of communication that's listed for them on the Housing Authority website. So I'm not sure those people actually exist. I doubt that they do. Now, I have a question actually about why this plan is going before the Housing Authority Board, which is our city council, in December, if it's due to HUD at the end of this month. It just doesn't make sense, does it? But it's also a repeat of the situation that took place last year. I have major problems understanding why the key positions at the Housing Authority have not been filled. We don't really have an executive director. This position is supposedly the same position as the city manager, but there is no duties or job description for the executive director position. So I'm not sure how Mr. White is supposed to know what he's actually responsible for or can be held accountable for in his new position as the executive director of the Housing Authority. We don't have a housing manager. We haven't had one for a year and a half. There is no landlord liaison. I'm not sure why. I understand that HUD actually funds positions like the landlord liaison, so I'm not sure what the problem is. So another issue that I have is the lack of a real ADA coordinator. There is a person in risk management who pretends to be an ADA coordinator. Any attempts to obtain assistance regarding housing-related disability issues, she will not really respond. Her name is Myrna and she basically either doesn't respond or blows people off. And I've heard this from a lot of people. I actually have had communications with her. I can confirm that she's not responsive. So this is something that was recommended in the assessment of the fair housing that was conducted last year. It was recommended by Ms. Diane Glauber to have a dedicated ADA coordinator who would keep inventory of the accessible units and who would help people with disabilities locate accessible units within the city. Also, there is the issue of using the small area SMRs as opposed to the exception payment standard. Maybe staff could explain what the benefit is of using the 5-year-old exception payment standard that is uniform across the city as opposed to the small area SMRs, which is basically payment standards that are tailored to each zip code. Right now, the situation is that voucher holders are being pushed into lower income, lower rent areas of the city, which is actually runs counter to fair housing. So I think that's pretty much all I have to say. There is some issues I think I raised in the written comments regarding the priority, priorities for the military, families and veterans. I'm not sure if that's actually in place in Santa Monica right now. Maybe staff can respond to that tonight. And that's about it. The rest is in my written comment. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, that's it for public comment. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Sola?
I just had a couple of questions. So I just want to make sure I understand. This administrative plan was already approved, and all we're being asked about tonight and all that's agendized tonight are the 3 proposed amendments. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so one of them was about the project-based voucher for an existing tenant. How does a project-based voucher get attached to an existing tenant? Are there private landlords that are willing to attach it to their unit?
Yes, that's correct.
And what is their motivation for doing that?
I just have anecdotal information, but often the landlords have tenants that they've had for years, and it's, someone who has become rent burdened over those years, and so they can request a project-based voucher for that particular unit. And oftentimes they will just want the voucher while that tenant lives there. And if that particular tenant were to move, they would be done with the voucher program.
I guess so maybe I don't understand. I thought a project-based voucher attaches to the unit, not to the tenant, so it remains there even after.
Yes, they have the option of pulling from our wait list if they want to continue with the voucher, or they can, if that tenant leaves, they have the option of stopping the voucher. So they can fill the unit with another tenant or give back the voucher.
I see.
Add on to that in case, Commissioner Saab, this is your question. We can make agreements for project-based vouchers from 1 year, 1 year agreement to 15 years. And there have been a number of landlords who, as Ms. Topolowski pointed out, they'll have long-term tenants, they're in rent-controlled apartments, the rents are relatively affordable in the larger world of what rents are, but for that person on Social Security, an $800 rent when they're collecting $1,100 isn't that, and this is a situation where the owner is applying for a project-based voucher, and it's a way to get assistance to those tenants quickly if if the property owner is willing to participate. But what we're trying to clarify tonight, or the slight adjustment we're making tonight, is what we are not really intending to do is have a property owner who has a tenant who moved in 2 or 3 months ago, or 6 months ago, and has now applied for a project-based voucher, and say, no, I want to help that tenant because the policy we have in place is prioritizing, long-term tenants, and so it's a little bit of a loophole we're trying to close.
Okay, my second question is because there were many issues raised by public commenters, and I read them, but many of them don't go directly to what we're talking about tonight. They may be worthy of study at a different point. But on the issue of the payment standard, which I guess comes up in our Chapter 19, where we are specifically making an affirmative statement about that, somebody helpfully gave us a chart of both what our current payment standards are and what this, small area fair market rent would be. And so I had a couple of questions just to make sure I understand this. So we do have the option of opting into that program if we want.
Yes, we would work with HUD to opt into that program.
Okay, but we're not required to have that because we're not in a statistical metropolitan area that's listed as one of the mandatory ones. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And it looked like the consequences were that that there was not a whole lot of difference in a couple of the zip codes, although in some there was actually a lower amount under the small area fair market rent, but in most areas it was a higher rent, correct? Or a higher payment standard, I'm sorry, than our current exception payment standard.
I did not see that side-by-side chart, so I don't know.
Okay, I'll find it and so people can see it later, but okay. And obviously, am I correct that obviously the more we spend on any particular unit, the less overall funds we have and the fewer vouchers we can fund? Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct.
But is it also true, because this was our whole motivation trying to get that exception payment standard, which, as someone's pointed out, is now 5 years old, that we were having a real hard time getting private landlords to accept our Section 8 because it was so low relative to the rents? Is that still our experience? And if so,
I think our exception payment standard is still well above the LA Metro fair market rent. So we do have a lot of tenants successfully find apartments in Santa Monica with our exception payment standard. But yes,
with private landlords.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Okay. And then my last question was, in Chapter 21, these emergency housing vouchers, I saw it said something about that there is funding in the staff report for both the initial issuance and the renewal of these for as long as the program is last. What is the length of this program under the federal funding?
The implementation piece is scheduled to sunset, and I think it's several years from now. Jim, is it 2023?
Yeah. Let me respond to that.
Yeah.
The kind of ramp up, if you will, of the EHV vouchers essentially has about a 2-year period. We've been agreed to accept and been allocated 104 vouchers, and we can issue them and kind of recycle them to the extent there's attrition as EHV vouchers until September 2023. After that time, however many we have in place, then convert to permanent, Section 8 vouchers. And the legislation talks about there's funding at least till 2030, which, seems like forever compared to, we're worried about what's going to happen next year. So, but that's the current state of things. They appear to be long-term. Again, the best news is that they convert to Section 8 vouchers. But the federal government passed this plan. This is really an urgent, they're looking at it as an urgent program and funding to move people off the streets into permanent housing. And for the first time in history that I'm aware of, the federal government incentivized housing authorities and said, if you do it this fast, we'll give you this much of a bonus for each voucher. If you do it, not fast, but not as fast as this 1 month, you get even more. So it is quite a shift from the federal government to put an incentive in a program like that. Or in any program that they've done. But the good news is, as long as we put them to use, we'll have them for the long haul.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other
I'm
discussion?
sorry, Chair Buchanan, could I ask one other question?
Sure.
So we have heard at repeated meetings and repeated correspondence, and we heard again tonight, members of the public who expressed the view that the RAB process and the process for members of the RAB commenting on things like this has not been effective. Do you have any views on that or responses to these questions that are being raised by people?
Sure. The HUD guidelines are pretty broad about how we give the opportunity for input from the RAB. And so we originally, if you recall, had a smaller RAB with, I think, 9 individuals or 7, and made the decision to open that up and make every HCV tenant a RAB member. And so the goal of that was to reduce any barriers to giving feedback. In addition to making everybody a member of the RAB, we have sent letters to all voucher holders, including all the RAB members, to let them know that this was posted on our website for public comment and that we would invite their input. As I mentioned, we posted it on our website if they, for a second option for viewing. We also have 2 public forums where they can provide public comment. This is one of them at the Housing Commission, and also when the City Council meets as the Housing Authority Board. They have an opportunity to submit written comments or to provide public comment. So I think that we are doing our best to give multiple opportunities. You might have seen the comment that was submitted prior to this meeting was a voicemail that we took as public comment. So I think we're doing our best to remove any barrier to giving feedback.
I could just add on that. There is, our perspective, there is no barrier to public input. We have reached out directly to every single RAB member and said, please, provide public input on the recommendation, the proposals in the administrative plan. And so there is no barrier to input. They simply need, they can provide input. It's a little it's interesting and a little ironic that folks are spending time during their public input time to say they don't have any time. They're not being allowed public input. And so I guess staff is a little bit at a loss. We've said you can send a letter, you can call us, you can email us. There is this opportunity tonight at the Housing Authority, the Housing Commission. And so this notion that there's a barrier to input is we're not really understanding that, because each participant in that voucher program has been directly invited and encouraged to provide input about the admin plan.
That's it from me, Chair Buchanan.
And I have one point of clarification. So the RAB consists of housing choice voucher participants, not COC voucher participants?
That is correct. So HUD regulations are that only HCV participants are part of the RAB. I would like to say, though, we did send letters to all voucher holders, that's HCV, home, and COC. So every voucher holder got an invitation to provide feedback.
All right, thank you. Because that was my understanding, but some of the comment I was getting a little confused. Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Hanson? No? Yes? You're on mute.
Commissioner Hanson, you're muted if you're
Muted.
speaking to it.
Thanks. Sorry. No, I didn't have a question. I was going to recommend we move the staff recommendation if no one has any other questions, but.
Then, are there any other questions?
I have a question for Ms. Topolewski.
Yes.
And it's about our number of project-based vouchers. The Section 8 rule states that up to 20% of our tenant-based voucher budget can be used for project vouchers, and an additional 10% if the project vouchers benefit the homeless, veterans, or provide supportive housing. So what is our Santa Monica project voucher utilization in relation to our housing choice voucher allocation?
I don't have those numbers in front of me. Jim, do you know what that is?
I don't have it in front of me, but I think I can answer the question more generally, which you are correct, Commissioner Hilton, about the regulations have a 20% and then a 10% bump under certain for certain types of developments. I will say, given all the project-based vouchers we have in use now, some of which are exempt from that cap because they were the HUD-funded buildings that then refinance. I mean, we have, 200, 300. I'd say we have somewhere between 300 and 400 project-based vouchers. In other words, vouchers that are attached to properties and not to tenants. Number one. Number two, but again, some of those do not count in the limitation per federal regulations because they're either senior housing, special needs, involve these at-risk projects that then were given an allocation from HUD. And we are also, but we don't have a lot of room before we hit that cap because we have committed 57 to the pending development at 1413 Michigan. That's going to serve people who, that's going to be a supportive housing development that EAH is in the process of trying to get final financing on. And then, as we mentioned in the earlier item, we'll need to hold 50 project-based vouchers, kind of, or at least hold them to commit to the development on the parking structure 3 site. So if your overall question is, how close are we to the cap with those 2 projects we have in the pipeline, we are getting pretty close and we don't have much room beyond that.
Thank you. And then I do have before a motion 2 suggested edits, Chair Buchanan.
Yes.
Both my edits are, well, one is preference for accessible units, and is found on page 33, the second and third lines. And these are units that have interior modifications for persons with disabilities. And our local PHA policy states, quote, the PHA will provide a selection preference, and then it says mobility impaired persons for accessible units, unquote. Just to clarify, we have or can provide hearing vision accessible modified units. in our policy, we can match the disability with the accessible feature, but we can't preference one type of disability. So I think we need to edit our terminology and make it less specific to quote, selection preference for persons with disabilities with accessible units. The other edit is preference for veterans who are homeless, and our Santa Monica Housing Authority defines military service as U.S. Army, and there are 5 branches of U.S. military. There's U.S. Army, Navy, Marines, Air Force, and Coast Guard. So there are 5 branches of military. And those are my 2 suggested edits. And I'll motion if you'd like.
Just Commissioner Buchanan, Hilton, a question.
Yes.
Just Commissioner Hilton, is that in the new sections that were agendized for us to do tonight, or are these proposed edits to other language?
No, these are edits to the 3 chapters.
And which of your edits goes to the new chapter?
Well, accessible units in military probably can go to all 3 new ones.
I'm just, I guess I'd ask that. So clearly the chapter that's to ask for an entire new chapter, anything in there is clearly properly agendized for us to change tonight. Are the changes to the other 2 chapters, are we allowed to make that recommendation to you, Jim?
I think so. I mean, the intent, what we are proposing is what's tonight, but the intent wasn't to limit if there was other parts of the administrative plan that Commission is recommending the changes.
Yeah.
I would also just want to ask Ms. Topolowski, I wasn't clear what Commissioner Hilton is, what he's asking, recommending to be changed or clarified. Anna,
I was going to ask for the page number he was referencing, because I wrote down page, I think 31, but it wasn't clear which chapter that was in.
Chapter 17, page 33 is the accessible units reference. And I apologize, I don't have the military, but I pointed that out, the military, last year. But the purpose of the administrative plan, as with all Section 8 discretionary, is to make public input on any suggested changes or edits. But this was specific to the handouts.
So Jim, are you saying that that recommendations can be made that do not pertain to the emergency voucher program or the other 2 minor changes that Ms. Topolowski discussed?
I'm not sure if I understand your question. I mean, we have could you ask it again, please? I'm sorry.
Well, 3B says that it's a presentation, discussion, and possible action providing advisory recommendations regarding these three changes, the emergency housing voucher program and the two other minor changes that she talked about. But are you saying we can just, I thought we had to stick to those three.
Well, then that, I mean, what there is an annual, we do undertake a process once a year to develop the annual plan as well as review the administrative plan, and that will be, that process will be coming up again soon in the early part of 2022.
Right.
So this was a specifically triggered by the program that the HUD adopted, or the United States Congress adopted, and there's some urgency to getting this program underway. And so, yeah, it would be, we would prefer that it just focus on that, unless there's some other fundamental policy changes you want to provide input on.
Well, both of my edits apply to unit selection and who's qualified and/or preference for both emergency housing voucher, continuum of care, and project-based housing. And that's on the agenda, 3B.
I guess my question would be, how do your edits apply to these three items? Commissioner Hilton.
Well, emergency housing vouchers apply to the homeless, and we're prioritizing military and veterans. And project-based vouchers are the same as our continuum of care. So both of my suggested edits have to do with the accessible units in the project housing, and as well as who qualifies and preferencing who qualifies for all three programs. It was in the handout. I read all the pages.
Oh, I know you do.
Commissioner Hilton, by the handout, you mean not the summary of the attachments to the agenda for this item in addition to the staff report? What exactly are you referring to?
Yeah, I'm referring to the attachments to the item.
There was a summary.
I'm not referring to the entire 2021-22 administrative plan. I'm referring to the lesser number of pages that came with this 3B agenda item.
Okay. Do you have the page number for what was provided was chapter 17?
I've given it twice.
Okay, so 17-33.
There's also, I'd like to, since I have apparently the time, 17-3940, and this has come up in our housing choice voucher program. For example, we've had a 2-person household and a 2-bedroom, and they were asked with a 30-day notice to downsize to a 1-bedroom. Sometimes they experience delays because of moving and security deposit costs. It's referenced on page 40, and I think we need to clarify the wording, and this is project-based vouchers, so I'm sticking to the agenda topic, but this is about wrong unit and moves. Chapter 17-40, quote, the PHA may make exceptions to this 30-day period if needed for reasons beyond the household's control, such as death, serious illness, or other medical emergency of a household member, unquote. I think we need to add, or for financial hardship in the case of moving or security deposit expenses required, for example, to relocate to another assisted unit. In other words, we need to add financial hardship in the case of project-based housing. We need to give more time. If we've approved a two-person household in a two-bedroom, it's not necessarily solely their responsibility to move within 30 days. So that would be a third edit. But all three of these have to do with the handouts in this agenda packet.
Chair Buchanan, I think both Commissioner Hanson and I are trying to get the chair's attention to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see her.
Okay.
Commissioner Solo?
So two things. As always, Commissioner Hilton, I appreciate the care with which you read these things. I do have the feeling, and it's similar to what I expressed last time which is going to be our next agenda item, I think, which is talking about your edits. It's very difficult for me in the middle of the meeting to just get for the first time proposed changes and then to take an intelligent position on it, at least for me when I was reading this. And I recognize this may not have been clear because I know you get the materials in a different format than the rest of us do as a appropriate, reasonable accommodation. So I'm not sure how it shows up for you, but for us, there's some very specific red language, which was the only thing that we were being told was being changed, and therefore the only thing that I focused on in preparation for the meeting. In addition, because I did read this carefully, and I note that if we go to page 21-10, which is the new section on EHV, which is entirely in red, so any change to that would clearly be appropriate tonight. But I'm looking and it says, because you were making reference to certain preferences applying to all of the programs, it specifically says that HCV waiting list preferences, if local preferences are established by the PHA for HCV, they do not apply to EHVs. And then there's some exception to that. And then on the EHV waiting list preference, it says we can do certain kinds of preferences, but then our policy here says that part of the, as I understand it, the deal that was made for the city of Santa Monica to get a share of these vouchers was that we had to use the coordinated entry system determined by the county. And so we actually don't have any power to put preferences on these, at least as I read this material. So if I'm correct in what I'm saying here, then I don't think it's correct that the preference point applies to what's new here, and it does go beyond the red. And my suggestion would be that if you could again put them in writing, and we could put it on the agenda for the next meeting where we could have looked at it in advance, which I think I'm hopefully demonstrating I do with this material. That would be my proposal about how we proceed with those additional changes, in addition to the specific issues raised tonight.
I think my handout doesn't have the red line. It's all black and white print. So it may be that I've read way too much, and it may not be the red line. Staff didn't give me the color ink. So, but I can motion generally to approve the 3 specific agenda items.
And then I hope you'll put the rest in writing and we can agendize it next month. Because I agree with Commissioner Soloff, it's important.
So I'd be happy to second the motion that has been made.
Well, I haven't made the motion.
Oh, I thought that was the motion. I'm sorry, Commissioner Hilton.
No, that was just a comment about the different format that I received from the other commissioners. Here's my motion. The Housing Commission approves the proposed Housing Authority fiscal year 2021-22 administrative plan discretionary revisions, specifically 1, adoption implementation of the emergency housing voucher program, 2, clarification of existing wait lists for site-specific project-based vouchers, and 3, maximum rent amount for continuum of care vouchers at initial lease-up, and that the Housing Authority Board City Council considered the Commission's and the public's input and forward its approval to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Okay, I'll second that motion, but if it would be considered friendly to just in the first part of it, I think you said that we approve it, as opposed, I think we should say we recommend that City Council approve it. Would that be friendly?
No, because the public has expressed concern that we need good housing authority representation with the City Council. So my motion was Housing Authority Board / City Council.
I'm sorry, I'm referring to the very beginning of your motion where I think you said the Housing Commission approves the change. And I guess I'm uncomfortable with that language because we don't have the authority to approve.
We're just asked to provide advisory recommendations.
Just at the very beginning of your motion.
And what would you suggest as a change?
The Housing Commission recommends approval. And then otherwise I'll second the rest of the motion with all the rest of it with that change.
All right, that's great.
Okay.
All right. Is there any discussion? Did you have something you wanted to say, Commissioner Hanson?
Oh, no, I was just waving my hand too that I knew Commissioner Soloff was trying to get your attention, so I was trying to be another screen with something moving.
Okay. These I think I'm not liking this layout. So is there any discussion? All right, then we'll take a vote on Commissioner Hilton's motions, which was seconded by Commissioner Soloff. Commissioner Kamner?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Soloff?
Yes.
Vice Chair Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Hilton?
Yes.
And I vote yes. So the motion carries unanimously. All right, so now we will move on to item 3C, the Housing Commission mission statement, bylaws, and rules of order. Given the time, we're now at 10:21. I don't know if you would like to move, I guess, what do you call it? Table this and agendize it for the next meeting. It all ties into basically 3D with the procedural changes that have been mandated by the City Council, and we have until January 1st to actually adopt them. Or would you like to discuss them tonight? I'm asking because the last meeting was quite long, and Commissioner Soloff.
I favor your proposal.
Everybody else? Anybody else? Commissioner Hanson?
Yes, favor.
Commissioner Hilton?
What was that?
That we will table the discussion of the Housing Commission mission statement, bylaws, and rules of order, and agendize it for next month. Given.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. Commissioner Kamner?
Support.
Vice Chair Hamilton?
Agree.
Okay, so item 3C is tabled and moved to the next month. So item 3D, City Council mandated procedural changes. Given that really goes hand in hand with item 3C, I am also inclined, because of time, to table that one and move it to the next meeting. How does everybody feel about that? Is that a thumbs up, Commissioner Kamner, in your little tiny square?
Yes, it's a thumbs up.
Commissioner Soloff, was that a thumbs up? Okay. Commissioner Hanson? Yeah. Commissioner Hilton?
Agree.
Vice Chair Hamilton?
Agree.
Okay, so we will move both C, 3C, and D. We'll table them and move them to next month's meeting. Then we're on to item 3E, election of secretary. So we are going to have a secretary. We were apparently supposed to have one all along, although there's never actually been a secretary since I joined the Housing Commission. That job was always filled by Melinda and those who came before her. But we need to begin keeping our own minutes and making sure that they get published. So I guess we need to open nominations for a secretary of the Housing Commission. Don't all jump at once. No nominations? No volunteers? Shall we think about this over the course of the next month and table it, think about it over the course of the next month and add it to next month's meeting? Because it is part of the procedural changes. They're very clear that we have to have a secretary. So because we have to have meeting minutes. Commissioner Soloff?
So I just have a question because I didn't study that part of it. I think our bylaws always said there was a secretary, but it said it was, somebody from staff. Now, the reason why we're in this situation is because council elected that other than the planning commission, which gets full staff report, none of the other support, none of the other commissions in the city get
Right.
staff support. We said, well, tough, we're going to meet anyway. And we got that permission from city council to do that. So we're sort of in this bind created by that. It seems to me that there should be some way that we can largely automate it. And that is that the only thing that really, at the end of the day, the critical thing in the minutes is any motions and actions on it. And
Right.
the problem we have is that when you have a meeting like tonight with, 4.5 hours, for someone to have to go back and watch a 4.5 hour meeting to try and find it. So I'm hoping that maybe between now and the next meeting, we could figure out a technical solution. I don't know if there's some way to bookmark it in the recording or, do voice to text at a certain point in the meeting or something. Because I think that if we were able to come up with something like that, we would be able to find a volunteer to do it. I think
And
what
it would
people
certainly-
are worried about right now is either trying to, in the middle of the meeting, both function as a commissioner and as a scribe, or having to spend 5 hours watching a meeting to try and find it. So, but it seems to me that there should be a technical solution in this world. Maybe Hack the Beach could tell us how to do it.
Yeah, that would not be my strong suit, finding a technical solution. But if we could find one, that would be fantastic. Do you think that's a possibility, Jim? Figuring something out along those lines?
Yeah, well, I guess the simple, hopefully, yes. Another thing one could do is if you're looking at this screen, at least one thing I was thinking about, when a commissioner starts saying, I want to make a motion, I look at what that time period is, 4 hours and 22 minutes and et cetera, and at least mark those down, because that's really what the requirement of the minutes is, what's called action minutes, which means, motions that were taken. And so to Commissioner Soloff's point that, if I was a commissioner in charge, I don't want to have to, listen to a 4.5 hour meeting on recording that I was already at, but it would be a lot easier if only 3 motions were made. I would go back to my notes and say, one was made at, 2 hours and 10 minutes into the meeting. One was made at 3 hours and 4 minutes and like that. I would hope for a technical solution, but if not, that's a non-technical
So the secretary could
tip.
write the time.
Right. And then go back and listen to the tape for the actual type of thing.
Fast forward to those times. Okay.
Yes. Just an idea I'm throwing up.
That's a good idea if we can't come up with a technological solution. All right, so we will table this, see what kind of solutions we can come up, and then either elect someone or find a volunteer among us who will be our secretary next meeting.
And Chair Buchanan, just as there's a chat here, and I don't know if there's times on there, but it's a chat, I think, meaning to get maybe to you, that says, hey, I've been waiting for hours to make a public comment from a person identified as Michelle. And I don't know if they had been called on, but I just want to mention that I'm seeing that now. I'm not sure if I'm not sure the time of that.
Well, while you're figuring that out, Jim, could I ask you a question about this agenda item that we're still on?
Sure.
I have this vague recollection a long time ago that there was some limited budget associated with commissions? Is there in fact such a thing? Because one of the things one could think of is if we had a record of that, there might be a Santa Monica Community College student who wouldn't mind picking up, $20 an hour once a month to prepare a draft, and then the other person would just have to, edit it and get it into form or something. Anyway, that would be a piece of information that would be useful to know as we try and find a solution to this problem.
Okay.
So I see the person, Michelle, she's in the attendees, which is why I didn't see her. There was no phone number. She hasn't, where she had called in. So I'm going to bring her in as a presenter right now so that she can interact and see if she's hopefully still there. Okay. Let's. Okay, she's not showing up. Are you calling? Have you called in, Michelle?
Could someone try and promote her from an attendee to a participant?
I did, but it didn't. Chat with her. I went. So I hit the little check and I promoted her, but it didn't move her up, is the problem. She doesn't appear in the presenters, even though I promoted her. Oh, there she is, finally. She just popped up. Michelle?
Yes.
Hi, I do apologize. You weren't up in the right place. There was no phone number, so I didn't realize you were waiting.
Oh, thank you. Good evening, everyone. This is a comment regarding 3B. I've written an extensive written comment. I submitted an extensive written comment and hope that staff will address all the issues that I raised. But now I wanted to focus on one issue in particular, which is the basis upon which the Housing Authority chooses to establish its payment standards, which currently results in both disability discrimination and poverty concentration. All housing choice voucher payment standards are based on an area's fair market rent. Normally, HUD requires housing authorities to establish payment standards that are 90 to 110% of their area's FMR. But recognizing the economic diversity of some metro areas, where a single FMR may result in insufficient payment standards, HUD also designates some places as being comprised of small areas, where small area fair market rents are based on zip code subsets of a larger metro area. The HUD Los Angeles, Long Beach, Glendale, California metro area is one such metro area. This means the Santa Monica Housing Authority, which is part of the area, can opt to use a hyperlocal small area FMR instead of a less accurate metro FMR when establishing their payment standards. That's fortunate because rents in Santa Monica are far higher than the metro average. For example, the fiscal year 2021 metro area FMR for a 2-bedroom apartment is $2,058. The fiscal year 2021 small area FMR for a 2-bedroom apartment in Santa Monica is $2,728. That's an increase of nearly $700. So if the Housing Authority chose to use the local small area FMR as the basis for their payment standard, the Housing Authority payment standard could range up to $3,000. However, they don't base their current payment standard on the small area FMR. Instead, they received a HUD federal waiver for a payment standard exception of up to 170% instead of 90 to 110%, of the Metro FMR. As the Housing Authority set its payment standard for a 2-bedroom apartment at $2,640, they chose a payment standard of approximately 128% of the Metro FMR. This matters for 2 reasons. First, because this arbitrary payment standard is too low to rent an apartment in most Santa Monica neighborhoods. Ms. Topolewski was incorrect about that earlier. By choosing to base their payment standards on the Metro FMR instead of the local small area FMR, Santa Monica concentrates housing clients in a few impoverished neighborhoods. When searching for an apartment, I quickly learned that I could probably only use my housing voucher to rent an apartment near the highway with poorer air quality, less tree cover, and thus hotter temperatures, lower walkability, and access to fewer goods, services, and other amenities. And yet the Federal Housing Choice Voucher Program is designed to integrate poor people into communities, not silo them in already depressed areas. The second reason it matters is because this Housing Authority policy decision denies disabled people equal access to the Federal Housing Voucher Program, violating their civil rights. Disabled people often have difficulty finding accessible housing within existing payment standards anywhere in the U.S., and Santa Monica's housing stock is particularly inaccessible. This hardship is so common that both HUD and the Santa Monica Housing Authority Administrative Plan outline an appropriate response, granting a payment standard increase up to 120% FMR as a reasonable accommodation. In most places in the country, FMR is roughly equivalent to the payment standard, so granting a 120% increase as a reasonable accommodation is a meaningful act that allows disabled people to live in apartments that cost 20% more. However, because the Housing Authority uses a federal waiver to base its payment standards on the Metro FMR instead of the small area FMR, their payment standards are not roughly equivalent to the Metro FMR. The payment standards in Santa Monica begin at approximately 128% FMR, meaning Santa Monica Housing Authority cannot grant a payment standard increase as a reasonable accommodation of a disability. In exceptional cases, a disabled person may request up to 140% FMR, but this requires approval outside the Housing Authority by HUD. The process is stricter, takes longer, and even if successful, the approval of a payment standard increase of 140% FMR is only a 12% payment standard increase in Santa Monica. Elsewhere, it increases the payment standard by 30 to 50%. This is not equitable to disabled housing clients in Santa Monica, denying them the same reasonable accommodations extended to disabled housing clients everywhere else. For these reasons, I implore you to insist that the Housing Authority stop basing their payment standards on the Metro FMR and begin using the small area FMR for Santa Monica immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. And again, I'm sorry I missed you. I didn't realize you were down in the attendees. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Item 3F is our work plan. Again, given the hour, I'm inclined to table that and move it to the next meeting. How does everybody feel about that?
All right.
Thumbs up or? Vice Chair Hamilton?
I agree with that.
Commissioner Hilton?
I agree.
Commissioner Soloff?
Yes, I just want to say that I appreciate Vice Chair Hamilton's effort to add some concreteness there, and I look forward to a robust discussion about those issues and what we ought to be trying to accomplish, or whoever is on this commission going forward ought to be trying to accomplish over the next year.
All right. So our work plan, item 3F, will be on next month's agenda, as it always is, but we will table whatever discussion we were going to have today for that for next month. Item 4, housing managers report.
I'll keep this really short given the length of the meeting. Two things. Pleased to announce or report that the 40-unit development, affordable housing development developed by EAH is very near completion, and they are in the process of leasing up, and we have sent them loads of referrals from our below market housing wait list. That is a development that is targeted to seniors. And then I'm also pleased to report that a Community Corp developed family housing project on the Pacific and a 2000 block of Lincoln is also very near completion and also in the lease-up process. And we are sending them loads of referrals from our below market housing list. So just wanted to let the commission know about that. Thank you.
Yes, I've watched that particular development grow. Item 5, Chair Commissioner.
I see Commissioner Soloff has it.
Wait. Oh, I'm
I have
sorry.
a question.
Little square. Okay, please go.
In connection with these two projects, have we yet implemented our right of return effort?
No. The outreach plan and the ramp up of that will start in the first part of next year.
Anything else? Okay. Number 5, the Chair Commissioner's report. I just want to let everybody know that the letter that was authorized last meeting regarding the draft housing element, I got the draft like 2 or 3 minutes before 12 noon on Friday, which was the deadline for it to actually be considered or even looked at by the Planning Commission. So instead, I sent it to, because the Planning Commission was very clear that it was quite possible it would have just, it was not going to become part of public record. It wasn't going to be, most likely it wasn't even going to be looked at. So I sent it to the City Council instead, prior to their last meeting on the housing element. So at least it became part of public record as we hoped and hoped. Anybody, Commissioner Soloff?
Just add to that it was specifically referenced during the meeting.
Oh, it was?
Yes.
Good.
The mayor specifically referenced the recommendation of the majority of this commission favorably.
Well, that's good. I didn't have a chance to attend the meeting, so that's wonderful. Thank you for letting us know. Any other commissioners have reports? Commissioner Hilton?
I'll table my report to November.
Okay. So if there's no other business, that brings us to item number 6, the adjournment of the Housing Commission meeting. Thank you, everybody, very much.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Aye.